To order the regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, February 25th. If you would please silence your cell phones. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Mayor Owen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Colodi.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Commissioner Sachs.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we will stand for an invocation, and after that, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Police Department Chaplain Pete Carter will give the invocation.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to assemble and discuss those things that might serve to make our communities and city better in a spirit of fairness and equality. We thank you for those who serve our city faithfully. We ask that you continue to lead and guide and protect them along the way. Bless all who reside or visit this place we call New Smyrna Beach. May they always find it a place to enjoy. In your matchless name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For a moment, I couldn't remember the pledge when we turned around right there. I was about to start that.
You recovered nicely.
I think it was the Gettysburg Address or something I about started. Any changes to the agenda, City Manager?
Yes, Mayor. Item 8A will be fine, but then B, C, and D, we need to put them in order. So they will be in the order of C, D, B, and that would be B, C, D. So item B will be item C on the existing. Item C will be B, and then item B will be D.
So we're going to do them in the order of C, D, B.
Yes.
Yep. So those items will be rearranged to be done in the order of C, D, B. Really, all that discussion will happen at the same time, and that will only matter when it really comes to voting, if I understand that change correctly. No other changes?
No other changes.
All right. First item up is a presentation from the Marine Discovery Center. Chad Truxell's here, Executive Director.
Good evening, Chad Truxell, Executive Director, Marine Discovery Center, 520 Barracuda Boulevard. I'm here tonight to present to you our amphitheater programming. Just a little bit of a reminder. In June 2019, I came before you with a proposal to go after a Levitt Foundation grant, and I was asking the city for $10,000 at the time to help match and present up to 10 events at the Hunter Amphitheater. You all graciously agreed to approve that, and we went on with going after the grant. After we got into more details in September, we realized that they were very, very strict on 10 events in 12 weeks, no exceptions. And some of those events had to occur during the hot summer months, and we just know with our weather, with no CMs, it just wasn't a feasible option. So we decided not to go after the grant, and then informed a couple of you of our changes to let you know that our 2020 amphitheater programming would change. And so in October and November, we started thinking about what are we going to do next. And then it's kind of small, but you can see it before you on your screen. This is kind of what we're proposing for 2020. Basically, we have free events at MDC, and then we have paid events. So what I'm putting before you are the community programs, not for any of the paid programs. The paid programs, for example, just to kind of give you an idea, in the paid programs, in November, we do a big fundraiser called Terroir of the Lagoon, working with a local green flamingo organic farm. Awesome event. Last year was our first year. We also are very proud this year to be putting on New Smyrna Beach is putting on the Florida Marine Science Educators Association. Well, you'll have 100 plus marine science educators all over the state of Florida coming to our town to spend several days, and then we have a big science cafe focused on sharks that night. So you have to belong to the conference in order to go to that. So what I'm proposing are other events. So from public lectures, we're very excited. It looks like May 7th. We did secure, working with the Visitor Bureau, OSearch and their founder, Chris Fisher, to come and do a presentation on sharks, a variety of movie nights, and also some music nights, including a holiday show in December. So basically what I'm asking is if you would continue to support in the same manner that you did before, which of course we haven't received any funds yet, just to remind everyone. We did not receive funds for the first 10,000, so we're basically just asking you we're changing the scope of what we're asking you. We're not going after the grant, but instead we're going to go ahead and do our own programming in the way of holiday shows, public lectures, several different panel discussions, including on sharks and other marine science subjects. So it's pretty much, it's the same exact amount of money that we would love to have the support for, and be happy to take any questions.
Okay. So just for clarity, for my sake, that 10K was in the budget that it's already been approved, right?
Minus the $2,500 that you committed to Relay for Life.
Okay. So we're 2,500 short of what we had in the
We have
budget.
7,500.
So we have 7,500 in the budget. Okay. All right, gentlemen, has asked for support in the amount of 10Ks, what we had committed to previously. Withdrew because of actually we didn't withdraw, they withdrew from the grant program. So what is the commission's pleasure on this item? Any thoughts? I could support it. I think we'd have to talk to staff about the 2,500 and where we could find that. So maybe there's some options there, but I have no problem supporting this. Chad and I have talked extensively about it. I think they do fantastic work there for the community, so it doesn't give me any great concern to support.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, these would be free programs, so any New Smyrna Beach resident any of these programs, these community programs would come in free. We may have an option just to make this sustainable for the future of having a VIP section, but anyone from New Smyrna Beach, and most likely the entire community, are going to be free, with some options for us to try to monetize some aspects of the event so we can make this sustainable for the future.
Okay. Other input, other thoughts? Vice Mayor?
Basically, the money that we originally went to appropriate was almost like matching funds type of money,
That's correct.
and this isn't.
That's correct. I mean, your match will be our in-kind support in some of the other events that we do, but that is correct. We're not going to go after a restricted grant proposal because it was the requirements of those 10 events in a 12-week period, including some of the hot summer days. It just didn't make any sense, and we were hoping that they would budge on that because they were discussing it. But so that is correct. There is no matching source of funds in this.
Okay, I can understand that, and I can see why you wouldn't apply. Is there any other type of organizations that you look towards for funding?
We have, and so we're an environmental organization, as you know very well. The idea of getting more into the arts and culture is still new to us, so we're broadening our scope of searching for those types of programs. And we still want to use, the whole idea of the amphitheater is to use it as a way, as a vehicle to engage community, and definitely through environmental programming, through spreading the message of the Indian River Lagoon, performances, music, and that. So I'm sure there are other sources. We haven't found them yet, but we'll continue to look.
Is there, and this question is not necessarily to you, would there be any problem if this money could be kind of allocated as matching funds to other grants if it came up?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. I would like you to pursue other grants, and our share could be put towards that if
Sure.
necessary.
Be happy to.
Commissioner McGurk, comment?
I think supporting this is consistent with how the City Commission has supported the Marine Discovery since its existence. So I'm in favor for it. The one thing I do want to stress, Chad, is that we do want to run a tight budget. So we'd like you to be part of our budget requests and put well in advance for any future monies that we're going to outlay to Marine Discovery Center. So as long as we can get it on the table ahead of time and make the necessary plans for it, I think that's the most important concern I have. Thank you.
And one thing I just wanted to put on the record for the audience and the commission even, you and I talked and asked you directly how much cash support, there may be some other things, but how much cash support does the city provide on an annual basis, and what was that amount?
It's zero. So, yeah, I mean, I can add a little bit more to that. So, our history, guys, I mean, the city of New Smyrna Beach was a big part of our, one of our founding fathers, Mayor Vandergrift, was who started along with biologists in the Marine Discovery Center 25 years ago. We were incorporated in 1997. Since that time, we've had several, phenomenal support through the city of New Smyrna Beach, including partnerships for fine grants, Port Authority grants, as well as actual cash support when we moved into the high school site where we are now back in 2011. Since that time, and this was a challenge, and this is when I was moved from education director to the executive director, the city was like, hey, we're giving you a big chunk of change along with the Artist Workshop and others. We need you to be sustainable. So that, challenge set, we met it, and since then we've received $0 of cash support from the city of New Smyrna Beach. We're still very fortunate to have access to the AOB site where our boat launches from and so forth, but no cash support. So it's taken me a while to come back to you and say, hey, this is a new thing for us. We really want to get this off the ground. We think it's very beneficial for our entire community, and thought it was an option.
Thank you. Commissioner Hartman, sorry, were you about to speak?
No, I certainly would support it because I think the Marine Discovery Center is New Smyrna Beach, and I would support it, but I would refer to staff on the extra 2,500. So if we were able to do that or find it in some other fashion, so.
Commissioner Sachs, any additional comments?
Chad, I greatly appreciate what MDC does. I wear my cap proudly. And I see you guys as such a tremendous asset to the community, to our estuary. Just a quick question, does the FWC provide any monetary input?
So no, FWC is the leaseholder for the public if they don't know, and of course for all of you. So they own they lease the entire property, then get subleased to us. Their support is pretty much that lease. I mean, we pay a very nominal, if any, fee on a yearly basis. So I'm very happy with that arrangement. So, but no cash support. Yeah, we're very self-sufficient, guys. The majority, 60% of our income, of our revenue that we generate on an annual basis comes from fee-for-service programming. Boat tours, camps, kayak programs, our retail gift shop. The rest of it comes from special events and, us, going out and getting individual support through donations and grants.
Yeah.
Thanks. You guys are a landmark and a high water mark, too.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, with that, is to have a motion on this item.
Move to approve. Second.
So just, there wasn't a staff report on this, so just probably want to put some meter on that. Approve the 10K as requested?
Yes, is staff comfortable? Do we?
We have we have the 10K that was in the budget.
Minus the 25, so you have 7,500.
No, I'm saying we have the 10K that there was a line item like on the commission line, I think, that was 10K for things like this.
That's where the 2,500 came from.
That's where the 25, so this 10K is still there, yeah.
No, what I'm saying is the
Oh, that's-
2,500 came out of the 10,000 that you're referring to.
Okay.
So you have $7,500 that allocated for the commission to use.
When exactly are you going to need the money?
So we're beginning our programming. It's not up anymore, but in March, we're starting our programming. So we're looking to start in March. So theoretically, we're almost a quarter out. So, if that's what you guys approved, obviously, if we can get 10, that would be wonderful, but I understand budget, so.
Well, let me ask you a question. Can we get you, are you comfortable with getting the 7,500 now, and we're going to start doing our budgets now for August? Can we get you the 2,500 as late as the next budget
Sure,
cycle?
we can just do, these 3 quarters now, starting, that can work great for
Okay,
us.
so
We can make that work.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the 7,500 now and the 2,500 in the next budget cycle.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And really in that next budget cycle though, would it then be, we can talk about it in that time, but
Right.
really it'd be more, because then we'd want to hopefully get ahead of the next year if this is something we want to continue or not, so. We'll talk through that at that time. All right, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Sachs.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
guys.
Chad. Look forward to attending the events.
Forward to having everyone out there.
All right. Okay, next item up is public participation. This is your part of the meeting. This is your chance to address the commission on city business. Note that the items in section 8 on the agenda, the second reading and public hearings, if you wish to speak on those items, you can speak during those. There'll be a public hearing part of that. If you wish to speak on any of the other items on the agenda, now is your chance to do so, or even items that are not on the agenda, as long as they are related, hopefully, to city business. Yes, so once he's finished, you can come on up.
Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle. 3 quick items. The City Commission and the mayor especially are to be congratulated on the State of the City presentation that was given last week. First class and well received by the audience, judging from the standing ovation at the end. I've never gotten a standing ovation in any of my briefs. Unfortunately, you've set yourself a high standard that we now expect to occur every year. Good luck with that. Second is the commission is to be commended upon the rejection of the Borough Pit special application that was made last week, earlier at the previous meeting. One thing that was not pointed out was at the completion of the 5 years of truck hauling out material, there was then the expectation that the remaining land was going to go into development. What in my mind that meant was we could then stand by for another 5 years of trucks hauling material in to make that development possible. The last thing I'd like to mention is I live in Venetian Bay, Parkside, where the street widths are 30 feet wide. My wife and I took a stroll through the Palms, and the main streets in that complex are only 20 feet wide. We have had difficult times in Parkside with our larger roads with 2 cars parked on either side and a fire truck or ambulance trying to go down the road. I would suggest that that represents a safety hazard or issue with the traffic and streets within that development. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Yes, ma'am. You raise your hand. Come ahead. If you'd like to speak after her, you can go ahead. Come ahead. If you want to speak after this young lady, you can come right here to the front. No, go ahead. You're up. Yes, ma'am. She's summoning other people from the audience. We haven't done that yet. I should note, though, we do, just if you give your name and address, even if it's not New Smyrna, and then just be mindful of the 3-minute limit on time to speak.
I'm Paula Wood at 212 Los Dimas in Edgewater.
And Gwen Tobler, 2703 Vista Palm, Edgewater.
We represent the, and I know you've heard of this, Oakland Cemetery over in Edgewater. We are looking to put together at this time a meeting with as many people as we can get to demonstrate the situation there. And I know you folks are all familiar with it. Well, I'm pretty sure, are you? Oh, you're
I am.
not.
I am.
Oh, you're not, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. It's an African-American cemetery that's been abandoned. It's on land next to the Massey Airport. It's been abandoned, he owns it, but he doesn't care for it and is very unaccepting of others coming in and caring for it. It's nearly destroyed. Graves have been ripped open, bones strewn around. I could take you over there today and show you
Speaking of the mics.
child's skull. I could hold it in my hands and show it to you. It's a horrible situation, and this is Gwen. Her grandparents are buried there. Her mother and some other folks started the association in 2000. 20 years later, they're still working on it, and we haven't made much progress. We're down to me, her, and a couple of other old ladies out there with machetes, and it ain't pretty. But we won't give up. So what we're trying to do right now is we have a letter that we'd like to pass out to anybody who would like it. It talks about the meeting. The meeting is March 25th at the Babe James Center. We hope to have some displays and some information for anybody who's interested. It's at 10 in the morning, and I'd like to give these out to you folks and to anybody else who would want one. The other thing is there is a bill before the Senate right now, Senate Bill 220, which is for, if you would take those and then give me back the extras, thank you. Yeah, abandoned African American cemeteries. And I have a copy of the bill, which I will leave with you, and a petition, in case anybody would like to sign that. Anything else I've forgotten? Get another minute.
Like before said, though, my grandparents are out there, and I have not found them as of yet.
Oh, no.
I have an idea where they are, but we're not allowed to go across his little buffer zone to dig or to search for them. And I want to find them, because when my mother started out back in 2000, she's now deceased, and I said I'm going to step up and do this until she, to make her proud that I found her parents. So we need y'all's support and put this on public record that we are trying to get people in New Smyrna. We also found out that New Smyrna, it has an ordinance against cemeteries in this area. So there's not a legal cemetery in New Smyrna.
All right, thank you, and I hope I wish you all the success in finding them, and I am familiar with this. I've actually talked to some of our colleagues in Edgewater, have worked out there. I know a couple of commissioners have worked on the site, so.
What was the petition?
The petition is related to, I think there's some legislation related to this, so I think Kelly has that information as well.
Okay, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Chloe Joniak, 1415 Live Oak Street, here in New Smyrna. I'm coming to you tonight with a safety issue. I first want to thank Mayor Owen and Commissioner Sachs. I reached out to both of them, unsure of who I should speak to regarding this, and they both got back to me within 5 minutes of my emailing them. We've got a significant problem.
I can't promise that every time.
We have quite a narrow street on Live Oak. I don't know if y'all have been down it. I live between 6th and 7th Streets. Currently, there is no stop sign from 9th Street, which is by the Suncoast Credit Union, all the way down to 6th Street. So by the time the cars get past my street between 6th and 7th, they're going in excess of 50 miles an hour. On Saturday, this was when I kind of reached my breaking point. My husband and I were out doing gardening about 5 feet from the road. We counted about 24 cars going at least 50 miles an hour. My neighbor's cat was run over because someone was going closer to 60 miles an hour. My husband and I were going like this. We could see them coming from A Street. He went faster and hit the cat. Now, I don't want to come across and say accidents don't happen. Of course they happen. Dogs get hit, cats get hit, it happens. My point is, had he been going the speed limit, he would have had plenty of time to stop. And thank God it wasn't a child. There are 12 children between 6th and 7th Streets. 12 children. We only have sidewalks on one side of the road. And I think it's important to mention as well that once what y'all did on Magnolia, I think anybody would say that is wonderful. But we are getting the effects of it now on Live Oak. They're avoiding Magnolia, which I get. They don't want the speed cushions, and they're flying down our street. So I came here tonight to beg you to do something that I think is a quick and cheap solution. Please, as a mom, I am begging you to put a stop sign at 7th and Live Oak and a stop sign at 8th and Live Oak. I think at least, we all know, right? If people don't come to a complete stop, at least they slow down and they roll through that stop sign, but they have to slow down. So I'm just here kind of trying to be proactive before somebody really gets hurt. Also, the new cultural center, which is wonderful. on our street, that has caused a ton of more traffic as well. So if we can just be mindful of how to keep our neighborhoods safe, that's all I'm asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, others wishing to speak? Just a reminder, as you're speaking, just address the commission, not the audience. We're the ones that have to make the decision. So, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Is it on?
It is.
Ashton Sigler, 2834 Osprey Cove Drive. I was just wanting to get some feedback from y'all about the new fishing regulations that have just passed. I was in Oak Hill last night, and it's been like a really big debate with them. Obviously, fishing is huge for them, and I haven't heard anything on this end, and I didn't know if there was like a specific committee that I could be talking to about that, but I know the guides are really seeing a lot. We were cut from 4 to 2 when it comes to fishing, so I was just trying to get a little bit of information about where the best form of action would be for that.
Okay. Is it?
I'm not aware. What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Yeah.
so the FWC it's like the Fishing Wildlife Commission. They just came out with their 2019 regulations where the east central coast of Florida got cut from the amount of sea trout that they're allowed to catch from 4 to 2. Other areas in the state got cut like 1 or 2 fish, but New Smyrna, Edgewater, Oak Hill, now we can only catch 2. For my background, we're looking at it on the real estate aspect. I know Oak Hill's huge for their fishing when it comes to their tourism, so cutting that from 4 to 2 is really big. I'm trying to work with them on working with the FWC to overturn or appeal. They do have an appeal process that we're just trying to look into. But I know there are a lot of guides in New Smyrna. I don't know if it's as popular as in Oak Hill, but I know for the last 2 commission meetings that I was at, it's been like the main topic of conversation.
Okay. I was familiar with it. I'd heard about it. I hadn't heard that it had passed yet, but I was familiar with it. I think probably the best next step would be if you can spend some time with us, and as you heard from a few of us, it's not something we're really up to speed on, so I think getting that information to us so we can be well-versed to be able to speak to it, and then we can also start trying to talk to folks in the community about the potential impact and, who passed it, what the appeals process may be, and how much we want to wade into that. Any other commissioners have any other thoughts on that besides that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Briefly, yeah.
Being an avid fisherman myself, I can speak as just a citizen as well to the FWC and plead that same case.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can email you the report that they gave out in Oak Hill, which is basically breaks down the whole regulation.
Yeah, do that because usually they allow commercial fishermen an exemption on some of this stuff.
Right.
Because of the business aspect of it.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, get me
Okay.
the information. I'll certainly be willing to take a look at it.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Others, yes, ma'am. If you'd like to speak after her, you can come on down to one of these front rows. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Dawn Whiteley, 2071 Marsh Harbor Drive, New Smyrna Beach, 32168. I'm speaking in regard tonight to franchises. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. When my husband and I were looking for a place to retire, one of the qualities we liked best about NSB was the old Florida charm. Having traveled extensively by car around the country, we were always on the hunt for one-of-a-kind restaurants to try. We were attracted to the differences not the same old. I remember one night after a long day of travel, exhausted, we pulled into a small town in southern Illinois for the evening. The question we always asked at the front desk attendee was, "May I have a list of your family-owned restaurants?" The nice gentleman exclaimed, "We don't have any of those in town." My husband and I have not forgotten that experience. It is easy to see why this happens. I'm not going to waste your time explaining why this model occurs. The point is, it happens. One of the reasons we chose NSB was for the differences, not the similarities. We eat out at least a couple times a week and enjoy sharing our many original eating establishments with our out-of-town guests, of which we have many. One of the reasons we decided to make NSB our full-time home was for that small town atmosphere. And as I know, I'm not the only one. It is imperative that our policymakers, which is the 5 of you, make it a policy to keep out chains out of our historic zones, Canal and Flagler streets. Please don't be led by pressure you will have received and will be receiving from those wanting to push franchises/formula restaurants into our town. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak? All right, I've let y'all have 2 claps now. One was for the commission, so that's a gimme. But if we can keep it down, we'll just move along. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Larry Luttrell, 311 Faulkner. Just moved here back in November. Reason I'm here tonight, I was surprised to learn that there's actually a discussion about the formula businesses going on tonight, because conventional wisdom that my friends and I have always had was that New Smyrna did not permit, or at least made it rather difficult for formula businesses to operate here on the canal side or over across beach side. And that's just the way we thought it was. I came here from Castleberry. I lived in Castleberry for 25 years and watched as Castleberry struggled to find an identity. And they never could. And as they tried to come up with the idea of getting a town center, we were rewarded with a Culver's and a Panda Express. Talk about disappointment. So within a year of that happening, we sold what we had there and we've moved here into the historic district. And as you contemplate and have your discussion, please keep in mind that you have what others wish for and strive to have. Preserve it, protect it. And if there's any doubt in your mind how this can go, reach out to your colleagues over in Sanibel. Sanibel has had this type of ordinance, this type of policy in place from the research I've done for about 20 years. And not only is it popular and embraced by the culture and the folks that live over there and pay taxes there, they come back and say, we need to strengthen this. We need to make sure that it stays in place. It's a policy that's embraced by everybody that lives there. As one of your newest neighbors, please consider doing something to preserve and protect what I moved here for. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Other comments? Oh, y'all are going to test me, aren't you? Yeah. All right. Other comments? Yes, come ahead. You next.
Good evening. My name is Rose Pish. I reside at 1110 Magnolia Street. I'd like to speak with you about 3 items tonight. First of all, I was only here for a little bit of the workshop, but based on what I saw, I am hopeful that the council will find it some way, somehow, to give almost every penny, if not every penny, to those who protect and serve us in our community. And we're talking about our first responders from the fire and police department. So that's number 1. Number 2, I'd like to talk to you real quickly about water goats. Water goats are a mechanical apparatus which the MDC, I understand, was good enough to give to New Smyrna Beach. I went over and visited it the other night, and I'm happy to report that not only is it doing its job and collecting all of the trash that it's supposed to collect, I went down to the other end on Riverside Drive and am really happy to report that I saw nothing floating down there because the water goat is doing such a fine job. So I would ask the commission to consider installing and maintaining water goats at every one of our sewer outflows. So this is for our stormwater sewers. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I've walked the beach with a bag with me all the time, and any of the trash that actually gets out of the river and into the ocean becomes pulverized. You cannot any longer pick it up with the grabbers or your fingers or whatever else. Our fish are eating that because it's in such fine, tiny proportions, and we are then eating the fish. So if there's any way that you can see to providing some additional funds in your budget to installing some additional water goats, I think it'd be a really good move for the community. Number three, I wanted to talk about the franchise areas. We are so fortunate. I recently went out to Altamont Springs to visit a bank for my husband's credit union. And when I went inside and asked them where their downtown was, they told me that there was a mall up the street, that they actually didn't have a downtown. We have two downtowns. We have Canal Street and Flagler. And if there's any way that you can see your way to providing for the will of the people and continuing to protect those areas for us and for those who come after us, I think that would be a really good move. The other thing is, if for some reason you cannot do that, I would hope that you would prohibit any drive-throughs. Number one, I believe that they provide a safety hazard to anybody that's going into the business. And number two, it provides an excess amount of air pollution to those that reside nearby. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Next up. If others would like to speak after her, you can come on right down to one of these front row seats. It'll make it faster.
Chelsea Preston, 1327 Wayne Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. Each of you recently were emailed a copy of the signatures from the online and paper petition regarding the formula business ban. At the November 2019 Commission meeting, a concern that was brought up was that of those who signed the petition, some may not be New Smyrna Beach residents. In our findings of these individuals who have signed this petition, in fact, 1/3 of those were New Smyrna residents. That speaks volumes in a small town. Our voting citizens do care and want to protect what charm we have left before it is too late. Let's be proactive and not reactive of the change that is inevitable in our growing small town economy. We spend thousands upon thousands of dollars marketing our town every year as a relaxation destination to get away from the bustle of our surrounding cities such as Daytona and Orlando. What happens when we become a city with the same stores, restaurants, etc., as we are already starting to see on State Road 44? So I propose this question to the Commission. Do the voices of our visitors who support many of our citizens' livelihoods not matter? Will they continue to come and support our tourism-based economy if what they love about our town is absolutely lost? Thank you for your time, and I appreciate consideration.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Next up. I think you're up. You're in the hot seat.
Tess Sailor Tynes, 320 South Riverside Drive. I'm here too to talk about the formula businesses that are proposed to be introduced into the New Smyrna Beach area. I think when we talk about the formula businesses versus the smaller businesses in our city, there are a multitude of interests that come to mind. I myself am a staff member at the Marine Discovery Center, so obviously, first and foremost, for me, there are environmental impacts to be considered. The impacts of formula businesses would only bring further development to our city and necessitate the need, further kind of wreckage of our native habitats and what we have to call home, which is the Indian River Lagoon. In this aspect, we can consider formula businesses to be an invasive, toxic species of business versus the native, local species of businesses of New Smyrna Beach. Secondly, we have our economic interests in mind. I myself come from San Antonio, Texas, which is a cultural melting pot. And as I found my way to Florida, I was always in search of that kind of cultural similarity. As I eventually made my way out here, I think I recognized that there is a tourism interest here that we all see seasonally and annually for its reasons that we are different from others. We don't share the similar large businesses that other cities may, including just north and southwest in Daytona Beach and further out. People come for that charm, and the small businesses are few and far between. They distinguish themselves against the larger businesses that are in areas that they come from. I think it would be in our interest to stop the development of those larger ones. And lastly, I think we can talk about community health, especially in consideration with the restaurant side of formula businesses. It would be of our interest to consider the impact on the human individual scale in terms of community health, and especially with the kind of census that we have here, whether it be the elderly or kind of newer generations of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak? I think I missed you had moved up to the front. Come on, come ahead. If others would like to come on, come right here. Yes, sir.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Kyle White, 105 Hamley Drive. A lot of you may know me as the co-founder of a tea company here in the city, but I do want to talk about the formula business plan. Before I ran the tea company, I actually had a long time studying tourism development here in the state. And I want people to know that New Smyrna has a unique tourism product, and we are in a really, really unique situation to have a town where not only is it going to be loved, but it's going to become beloved by everyone in the state. We're in competition. We have a product. You know, we have a tourism product that's in competition with every other beach town on the east coast of Florida. And we have a unique opportunity to offer something different, something better, something that shows off our community. You know, we've seen these formula businesses take over in Daytona. We've seen it in Cocoa, seen it in Titusville. People don't go there anymore. They don't like it. They have one and outs. They have people that come in, they stay once, they don't like it, they don't come back. New Smyrna has visitors that repeat over and over and over again. I think that's something we want to keep going, and that happens because of our unique culture here in the city. So I just want you guys to realize here that maybe we have a really, really unique opportunity to make the city and keep the city to become a great place. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Others, yes, sir.
I realized it was the time to talk about this. I thought it was going to come up later.
Now's the time. Just give your name and address if you would, please.
Of course, it's Ryan Mailer. I live at 231 Kirkland Road, New Smyrna Beach.
If you could just, you got to stand there and just address the commission if you would.
Sorry?
Just stay in front of that mic so they can hear you online, and then just address the commission if you would.
Of course. So, this isn't the first time I've been before y'all. I used to, I had the opportunity of running a local nonprofit. Well, actually, it's not a local nonprofit, it's a national nonprofit, but it was the Volusia Flagler chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. And in that role, I came and talked to y'all about a lot of environmental concerns and regulatory concerns. I'm not here to do that today because I don't actually run that chapter anymore. I'm here to echo the concerns of the people that have come before me. And without restating what everybody else has restated. So I started my young life here in Orlando, coming to New Smyrna Beach. I came back right before I went to law school and told myself that if I could ever come back to New Smyrna Beach, if I could ever find a job that would allow me to live in New Smyrna Beach, then I would come back. Started off my professional career in Cocoa Beach. Everybody knows Cocoa Beach. Moved up to Jacksonville, a little bit of a bigger city. Found I didn't like big cities and found that I really needed to get back to a small town. So I found a job, was able to come back here. But I can tell you without a doubt, I would not have had that same sentiment if New Smyrna Beach isn't what it still is today and is in danger of losing if we don't act right now. And I know this might sound apocalyptic and it might sound like, what's one additional retail store or what's one additional formula business? But as you see these little drops come through floodgates, one day we're going to wake up and there's going to be an ocean of formula businesses that we can do nothing about. So instead of standing idle, we need to act right now. We need to enact something that at least preserves the historic aspects of this town, which, as I've read, I believe is legally defensible. There was a memo that came out. I know that there are some concerns about some of the other aspects of the loop and things like that, but one of the reasons people come here, one of the reasons why I live here, probably the main reason, is because of the character. And I fear that we are in danger of losing that. So, ask that you act soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Next up, Marty. If others would like to speak, if you just come on down, be ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and fellow citizens. I know you have a long agenda tonight, so I'll be very quick. Just three brief things. The first one is to talk about the budget process ever so briefly. I've been to two of your preview meetings, and they've been excellently done by the staff. Anybody had the chance to come to them, they would learn more about their city than they would any other way. And knowing that we have people that are really on the ball and know what they're doing with their jobs is fantastic. Second thing is to congratulate the mayor and the commissioners on the state of the city the other night. It was great to see that people were compelled to write letters to the Daytona Beach News Journal about it, and I think I saw two that were published. And as the gentleman said earlier, you now have a challenge to make that work. The standards you set were very high and were excellent. And then tonight, you have later on in your agenda, buried in the city manager's report, a proposal to start the AOB site on the way to becoming a parking lot. It talks about a fine grant. It has plans and other things to do that. I could prosecute that case against that, but we don't have time for that right now. What I will say, we ask you to do two things, and it's not just me, it's a lot of other folks. First of all, table that whole idea of a fine grant. Once you take the money, it's over. The second thing I would ask you to do on behalf of all your fellow citizens, and I know you do this, you appreciate the value of that site. So I would ask you to set a date to start the dialogue over again about what the future of it should be. It's an arduous process, it won't be done quick, and it will take a lot of effort. But the piece of property is far too valuable for us not to take the appropriate action. And fortunately for you gentlemen, you're the ones we elected, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Marty. Yes, ma'am, and I owe you an apology. I'd made a note when I saw you earlier to recognize former Mayor Sally McKay is here with us. We appreciate you being here, Mayor.
Not at all, Mayor. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Good evening. I want to say how proud I am of the city and all the remarks that were made at your State of the City, and I want to endorse and support the remarks that have been made about keeping the place true to its character. I've been here since 1973. It's the same. It is what every place wants. They imitate it in plastic. We've got it. We have a fantastic community, a great culture, and two, not one, two downtowns, historic downtowns that are so worth protecting. Not to mention the businesses. I mean, the people there who are part of our community and strive to bring us what we want. Thank you for what you're doing. Please continue to do this and just keep New Smyrna Beach what it is now, because I think that's what we're all hoping for. Appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any others? You can applaud the former mayor. Any others here wishing to speak? Yes.
Hi, my name is
Hello.
Amelia West. I live at 822 Live Oak. I don't have anything planned to say, and maybe it doesn't need any more reiterating that we all love New Smyrna Beach the way it is. But I do just want to say there's nothing charming or memorable or unique about a town that's filled with Starbucks and McDonald's, and they have their place, but not in our historic districts, not on Beachside, maybe US 1, which
that needs some sprucing up, and maybe those type of stores would look nice on US 1. But it would just be such a shame if we continue to allow those formula stores and they would come in and put out of business some of our stores that are unique to us, where people come in and no one remembers going to a Starbucks at the beach, but they remember going into the Florida Local and they stopped in at this really cute shop, and that is a fun experience that they had on their vacation. I know that one of my favorite things to do on vacation is to look for the unique shops and places to eat and have coffee. And I just don't think that we can risk losing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none. All right, yes, come in. Hang on, wait till you get to the mic. Just come to the mic and give your name and address, and then speak from there to the commission. Give your name and address.
Philomena Palizzi. I live on 212 Mary Avenue. I'm nervous, passionate, and very emotional about all of this, so thank you for being patient with me. I have some notes. This has to do with formula businesses, as you probably assumed.
That's a good guess.
So I've been reading Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow is a famous psychologist, who it seems like you know, he designed a pyramid of human needs. In this pyramid, see, I'm very nervous.
It's okay.
He describes physiological needs, which we are lucky to have because of government and our city and everything you do. We have shelter, we have food, we also have safety, which is another one of his needs due to our great policemen, thank you, and firefighters. When we need you, you are there, and I appreciate that. And we are extremely fortunate that both of those needs give us the ability to form social belonging and a sense of ego, a good ego, where, yes, like I just said, it is a social belonging, and you can't have that without community. One of the things I love about this town is we have small businesses that love and cherish everyone that comes to them. And the owners of these businesses have the ability to meet everyone that they choose that comes into these businesses. And since I have 40 seconds left, my point, and I would love to come back and, develop more on this topic of what I think. But my point is, from my experience, if we allow big corporations into our beautiful gem that is New Smyrna, we promote the kind of lifestyle and ways of thinking where people continue to rely on big corporations to take care of them instead of their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those that are speaking, come ahead, Trisha, but for those that are speaking, I can tell you that we've all stood there, and in some ways that's harder than sitting up here. I commend you all for coming and speaking on whatever topic it is you're passionate about. Week in, week out, it impresses me, and we do appreciate it. So, go ahead.
Trisha Tudine, 249 Saxon Drive. Good evening. Not a public speaker either, but I did grow up here. I'm the fourth generation, and I have my two little boys back there, and I cry every single time. Ignore that. Pretend I'm not crying. It just happens. It's a nerve thing. But as far as formula businesses, I know you've heard a lot. We all love New Smyrna for all of those reasons. But those guys are the reason I'm up here standing in front of everyone crying. We have to protect it for them. It was a great place to grow up. I love it here. And I came back here for a reason, to raise my kids. So I just hope you take that into account. We've talked about tourism, that they come back because of our uniqueness. We've talked about how kids go to college and come back because of our uniqueness and our small businesses, and especially in respect to small business owners like my parents' store, furniture store, and all of the things on Canal Street and Flagler Avenue, the restaurants, and all of those. But that's I just wanted to reiterate that from someone who has grown up here, has come back here, and wants my kids to come back here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Lisa.
Lisa Martin, 618 South Pine. Since we're having this discussion now rather than its allotted slot, just wanted to say, I know you can't legislate which businesses come to town. What you can legislate is what they look like and how big they are in our land development regulations. I believe this is our town. We set the rules. If you want to play by our rules, that's great. But if you don't, stay away. And a lot of the big, the formula, the franchise, the big box, the little box, all of those may choose to stay away rather than abide by our very strict rules, which we have the right to enact. So I'm thinking, let's go positive rather than negative. Come on in, everybody, but play by our rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, that item is not under the public hearing, so now is the one chance to speak on that if you would like to speak. Any others? All right, closing public participation. Thank you all so much, and again, we've all stood there. That's tough to do, and we commend you for it. Next item up is the consent agenda. Does any member of the commission wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? We have items A through H. Vice Mayor Colodi, we'll begin with you. Anything
For
to
the
pull?
first time, I have none.
None to pull? All right. Commissioner Sacks?
I have nothing to pull.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yeah, hold on.
F.
I'm getting myself a little
think-
lost in these.
F, I think you need to pull, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't need to pull it. Yes,
Oh, you
I
don't?
do, because
Yeah.
I didn't confuse myself.
Yeah.
Item F.
Commissioner McGurk pulls item F. Commissioner Hartman?
I have none.
I remember it from last year, that's why.
Perfect. Appreciate you getting my back.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? For clarity, Commissioner McGurk pulled item F, so consent agenda items A through H excluding item F.
So moved. Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodi,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item F, Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to declare a conflict of interest on voting for item F. My wife works for Brown & Brown, and although she does not receive any kind of commissions or anything like that, I recuse myself from the vote for at least the perception. So I will not be voting on that item. Thank you.
Okay. With that, do I have a motion on item F?
Move to approve.
Second.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodi,
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
And for the record, show that I abstained for the vote. Thank you.
All right, consent agenda is finished. Item 7A, this is the approval of naming rights policy. Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We had been approached a few times by citizens and a couple corporations asking us what our naming policy is, and that are interested in maybe doing something at the sports complex or some of our facilities around the city. So therefore, staff have put together a proposed draft and present it to the Leisure Advisory Board. And they have approved it and sent it to you for their recommendation.
Okay. Gentlemen, we've had that before us, we've read it. Any comments or questions for staff on item 7A?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sacks.
Nancy, will we figure out at a later date how those sponsors will be displayed? I do have a concern about banners. I've noticed how banners may sometimes look at schools that have sponsors, and they seem to be aged and bleached out and in disrepair. So if we could have a program, maybe we could work out those details later, how sponsors could work with our city.
Yes, and especially with the sponsor side of that, it would only be for a specific amount of time. It wouldn't be forever. Yes, we would definitely incorporate that.
Just to keep our city beautiful.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay.
Other comments? Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
I do have concerns, especially with the duration and the fees portion of, which is really not addressed in your policy. So I would have to have more information on that before I could consider it. I'm not especially in favor of it, but I do see where it would have some financial benefits. But those are basically my comments.
And Commissioner Colodi, we will be coming to you for final approval anyway, because we would be, especially in naming rights, we would be doing an RFP for corporate sponsors. So you would be approving it in the end.
So it would only be for corporations?
No, it could be like the tennis courts or something like that could be named after someone also, but especially for RFPs, it would become, but everything would come to you ultimately in the end after the Leisure Advisory Board reviews it.
Okay, but you haven't got to the point yet regarding fees or durations or how they would be displayed?
Correct.
Because that's really an important part of it.
Well, and especially like the sports complex, we may only want it for 5 years versus somewhere else maybe for 10 years. So each place could be differently sold.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Commissioners to my left, any comments? No? Question just for my clarity. This is kind of specific to, as I read it at least, almost I would call it more like a sponsorship. This is not so much, I think the most recent example is previous commission chose to name the upcoming commission chambers after longtime public servant in the community. This is basically silent on that. That's still commission process, or are we going to develop a policy for that? I know some communities have some rules about, can it be a living person versus deceased and those kind of things to just help provide some clarity there. Is that forthcoming, or do we need to talk about that, or what's the?
Section 10 says city manager procedure for naming. So essentially, each facility or place you're thinking of, you could bring it up and decide, do you want to do it through an RFP process or the city manager procedure? So there's options.
The naming rights would be to the city manager, then come to the Leisure Advisory Board and for public comments and see if the public wants it, and then the recommendations would come to you.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, if there's any other discussion, if not, do we have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Oh,
Second.
Okay.
question.
Sure.
What are we approving specifically?
This policy is presented by staff. The attached policy and included in the agenda package.
Thank you.
So I had a motion to approve item 7A, the naming rights policy. Thank you for that clarity, as presented by staff. And I had a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodi?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mayor, if I may make a comment?
Sure.
About 12 years ago, there was a young professionals group that was involved, and I actually want to say it was with Mayor Mackay was mayor, and they actually tried to push forward a lot of these kinds of ideas. And so I find it ironic that, and there was a lot of pushback for some reason. So I just want to point out that for all those people who did all that hard work back then, a little older now, this is actually a good thing. And I know Mayor Mackay promoted that and was a big supporter of that back then too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I've made it no secret that I would love it done tastefully and in the right way. But as we're talking about projects at the sports complex that I think would be good for the community, it wouldn't bother me at all to have that be the Sally McKay Sports Complex. She wants to donate. I think we need about $1 million. So, all right, no pressure. Brian.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, good evening, is the TPO call for projects. The River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization issued its annual call for projects on January 15th. That call for projects allows agencies within the TPO area to submit applications for project to be added to their list of priorities for federal and/or state transportation funding. Timeline tonight's is a discussion on the projects on the list. We would bring that back at your next meeting on March 10th along with a resolution for approval. After that's approved, staff prepares the applications, and then we have to submit those by March 31st. Our target is to get those in by March 20th. So in reviewing the list, this is in your agenda packet on pages 834 and 835 for reference. The first part is projects that were previously submitted and are already on the list. Those projects would remain if we renominate them in their current slots. Our recommendation is to keep all of those projects on that list. One of the projects on that list is the emergency traffic signal at Fire Station 52. That project was submitted last year. So that project would stay on that list until it's funded. The City Commission does have the option, if you wanted to accelerate that, to put it in your next year's budget, as we have for Fire Station 50, which is on the current year budget using transportation impact fees. So we can keep it on this list. It can work its way up. You can see where it's at, or we can budget it ourselves going in next fiscal year. The other projects on that list are listed in your packet. Removing them from the list is not recommended. You're not really able to put projects in their places. It would essentially just drop off. So unless there's no desire to do those projects, we're better off keeping them on the list. So turning to new projects, what we've done is put together a list, and there's nothing new here. This is based on our transportation master plan that was presented back in May of last year, continued through our budget planning, as well as other projects that came up in our various discussions last year. So we are somewhat limited, or at least I'd recommend being somewhat selective on the projects we add to that list. We're not likely to get more funding by just having a huge volume of projects. If we had extra projects, they get put towards the bottom. There is equity between the various jurisdictions, so we do need to be somewhat selective. So in looking at our list and what initiatives we've heard from the Commission, our recommendations are to put Washington Street on the list as our highest priority. The next two, the 5th Street Bridge and the Barracuda Boulevard Bridge replacements. It's noted on your list that for CEI services, just a minor correction, is what we would go after there is all remaining funding that the city would be asked to contribute for both of those projects. Fourth is the East-West Connector, which is going to be coming back in front of you coming up in March for review of our preliminary feasibility study. We would recommend just to advance that of getting it on this list so it can start working its way up. And then lastly, the intersection improvements at Wayne and Halleck. I should mention there's 3 categories of projects. Those 5 were in the traffic operations category. The next group is in bike ped. First project is enhanced crosswalk lighted warning signs. So this would be what we just approved for this year that we're moving forward on, is to get a project like that on this TPO list. So instead of using general funds for those projects, we could eventually be able to use, hopefully, TPO awarded funds. The regional trail segment from West Canal Street to the Marine Discovery Center, that's a feasibility study. Nancy's here, can address that if there's questions there. Also, we have a North Causeway pedestrian crossing. For planning studies, the only one we would recommend, depending on how the Flagler parking workshop goes, there is a shuttle on there, is to have an initial study for a new Smyrna Beach shuttle service as a recommended planning study. So those are the projects we would recommend. We included others on the list for consideration that have been in discussion. Kyle's here, Michelle's here, as is Nancy. If we have any questions, be glad to take those at this time.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk, I'll defer to you. I know you're heavily involved, obviously, on TPO. So do you, anything to add to that from your perspective before the commission comments, or?
No, I think Brian actually nailed it. The most important thing is they don't want to see projects on that we're not serious about. So the good news is what I see on this list is projects that we're very aggressive about and we do want to get done. And he nailed it. You know, you don't want to go to the well too many times. So you want to have the projects that you really want on there. And we have done a wonderful job at maintaining the projects historically and then being able to fund them and move forward when those projects come up for funding, which takes forever. So we have a great history we have a good reputation with the TPO. And I don't disagree with anything Brian says, and I think he gave an accurate presentation.
Okay. Thank you for that. For those that don't know, Commissioner McGurk serves on the TPO, has for many years, slated to be the president, I think, later this year, right? Is that the right term? Is it president? Chairman, sorry. Chairman. Vice Mayor, comments, questions?
Well, I certainly feel we should add Washington Street, Riverside to US 1. It's a pedestrian hazard, as it is right now, with telephone poles in the middle of the sidewalks. It's has a few intersections that are very high hazards for accidents, especially at Orange Street. There's a lack of turning capacity when you get to Route 1. This has a good chance of qualifying for impact fees on it. If you approach from the North Causeway into Washington Street, they don't line up. It would be nice to see that, to have traffic flow a little better. I really would like to see that as high on the list as we can get it. To call it streetscape improvements, I think lacks a little bit. I think we got to be a little more forceful in how.
Construction, not streetscape.
Okay, well, it says streetscapes, but I'm sure it would be changed before
We
it's
had it on the
submitted.
original list as streetscape, but we can correct that.
Okay. Going to a couple down farther. Barracuda Boulevard Bridge replacement. It's necessary. It would replace the bridge. As I've seen it currently laid out, the plan, it ignores the intersections at Quayasisi and improvements between, I think it's Middle Road and the North Causeway. It would really be a shame if we could put a brand-new multi-million-dollar bridge and not do 100 feet at one end of it and 200 feet at the other end. You go down that road, it's obviously the entrance to the Marine Discovery Center. It would be nice to enhance that. The intersection at Quayasisi does not line up with Barracuda and is hazardous. I would like to see the description changed to include those two intersections.
Okay, those are included in that project. We'll clarify the definition. And if there's a diagram we have of that, we can provide that, so to make sure it includes those limits. That is the intent to include those intersection improvements with this Barracuda Bridge project.
Very good. I just get gun shy when I see certain wording that I think doesn't fully describe it. And my last comment is, I don't care if you put the new Smyrna Beach shuttle on. I would just as soon not see it. I leave that up to the rest of the commission.
Other comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sachs, you're up.
Brian, I noticed on the draft list for discussion, 7th Street at B Street, the high school back entrance. I've been asking for us to extend that sidewalk for quite some time. It is good to see it on the list. How far along, if you're in a draft list for discussion, do we have to go to get that funded, or can we self-fund?
That could be added to this list. It could be budgeted ourselves as part of our sidewalk projects. That's the discretion of the commission. You could go either way.
Commissioner Sack, if the commission wishes, we have budgeted in this fiscal year for new sidewalks. So if the commission wishes as a body to do this year, we'll do that if we don't want to wait for the TPO.
Yes. If you have time now, could you briefly describe why the traffic light for Station 52 has been on a feasibility study list for 5 years?
To my knowledge, we submitted this last year for the emergency signal. Now, it had been studied previously by DOT, and they have agreed that it's warranted. But that doesn't advance the project. That just says if somebody wants to fund it, they'll allow it to go forward. So what we nominated was the project, getting it on this list to make it eligible for funding and moving it forward. Might take a few years, and we do have, as you mentioned previously, the Hyatt project, who is doing a warrant analysis at their expense, seeing how much that project and other projects in the area would contribute possibly, including financially, to a future signal.
Well, we might wait a long time for that hotel. Is it at all possible to fund it and ask for the TPO to, in retro? No, I didn't think so.
No.
No.
I wish.
I tried.
Yeah, no, good try, good try.
Maybe to help on emergency fire signal 52, it's on this list, and we have a land development project that may contribute. It's impact fee eligible, so the commission could really, at any time, as long as our impact fee balance is healthy, decide that those just aren't working and you want to move it forward, you can give us direction.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hartman, any comments, questions?
No, I'm just glad to see some of these projects. We've talked about them for years, so it's good to see that they're finally on a list. Just unfortunately, these things take forever. So hopefully with the new chairman, maybe things can get sped up a little bit.
Mayor, I'm going to take time for a second to explain.
Sure.
So the TPO is a Transportation Planning Organization, and what it is federal dollars that are distributed to a county. Now, of course, everybody has a million road projects they want, and every city in the county fights for what they want. It's a weighted vote. The county has the most heavily weighted vote. New Smyrna's portion of that vote is equal to 4.2%. So there's not a whole lot there. But one of the biggest problems is we are now having efficiencies in cars. So all the gas efficiency cars, our main source of funding is based on gas consumption. So nothing has ever been done to adjust how you get taxed on electric cars. So if you have an electric vehicle, other than something that runs on petroleum, you're not paying into this at all now. And then, of course, cars are so much more fuel efficient to when this formula was created 30, 40 years ago. So there's a amazing shortfall in funding with nothing on the table of how to immediately solve that even in the short term. So you have a lot of entities fighting for a small pool of money, and that's one of the reasons why it takes so long to get a project through. The good news is we have a great reputation, as I said, for following up on projects that we put on the list. So we'll keep that reputation and we'll do the best we can.
Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
Go ahead.
A quick question for Commissioner McGurk. So is it possible, because of what you just said, we may not receive a 90% match for a traffic light? It wouldn't be 90 to 10? It would be a lesser amount?
No. If you get it funded, it gets funded. The point is getting projects funded takes a lot longer because the money is not there. As much money isn't there. And then 90% fund used to be a 50-50 match. And when the economy tanked, we actually moved it up to that 90% with the intent of moving it back to 50%. So there's more money to go around. However, there's been a big hot debate for a few years now on the TPO on whether or not we are going to move it back to the 50%, and ultimately we have not. So answer to your question is, if it gets funded, it gets funded at 90% right now.
Thank you.
So I had just one comment, actually a couple. But the east-west connector roadway south of State Road 44, I've talked about this before. We did a feasibility study, or we commissioned at least. Is that, where are we at on that?
That's complete. That's what's going to be presented to you as early as your next meeting.
Okay. So My concern is, there's known issues, so if you go back to that first project, Washington Street from Riverside to US 1, if you cross US 1, it doesn't get much better. I don't think it's quite the traffic volume that's through there, so I get that that's the focal point. But, there's some known issues around, and I haven't seen that study yet. You have, so you can even give us a sneak preview, but $3.5 million, if $3 million isn't going to get us from Riverside to US 1 on Washington, and there's already a street there, we're just kind of cleaning it up and improving it, and we think $3.5 million is going to do anything south of State Road 44 when we're cutting through virgin land. We're talking about, eminent domains and all kind of other things. That's going to be 10 times that number. So I think that's a wasted slot on our project. I haven't heard a lot of community support for that. I live in that area. I don't know, again, what we're talking about now. Under the last things we've talked about, at best you had 50-50 support in the community for. So that one gives me pause to leave on the list, especially because I feel like I'm flying blind. I don't even know what that is. And so until I see this report that's saying what options it may be, that one feels like a wasted slot. And frankly, I think that 3.5 million is going to be a drop in the bucket. So how does it look if we put in for 3.5 and it comes back that this is really 10 million? That's like a whole new project at the point,
That
right?
happens all the time, and we know that this project is really just a theory right now. We have it in just to have it kind of in the process. This is part of the local road network that a number of us on the commission have wanted to try to figure out how to do so we can move local traffic around more efficiently as opposed to bunching everybody up on State Road 44. It's a good project to keep in because it's going to be so expensive. This is putting it on a radar. Now, when this thing comes back, the reality of this project is going to be in the tens of millions at least. So you have a valid point. I don't think we should need to take it off the list right now, though. This list gets funded years down the road when we take a look at, once we've gone over the scope of the project, we can start adjusting to different things we need to, which we'll start doing, I guess. Are we going to hear this in the next meeting?
Yes, and just a real quick preview, what it's going to show is it's really a series of a number of small projects that can be phased in under a lot of different options available. So this is just really getting a placeholder on the TPO list we call it phase one, at 3.5 million, going a lot more than that. To Commissioner McGurk's previous point, it consumes probably too much of what we would be allocated. So we can hold off on that until the commission's heard that and seen that feasibility study, and then we can get your direction on whether to include it in this list.
Yeah, and I know we're not making a decision tonight, so I guess that's what we'll have to do, because we'll at least hear that. This will be on the next agenda item for approval. Is that what you're looking for?
You will be briefed individually at the 10th briefing, which is on the 9th Monday.
And then we'll talk about
so this
commission on the
way
10th.
you could look at it, and then either you do a workshop or a public meeting before that. So that's what we discussed today, if you recall,
Yeah,
or yesterday.
okay. And then this has got to be approved when?
The end of the month is the deadline. I'd like to have the resolution to you. We could push that to the
End of February or March?
March.
Okay, March, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, those are my concerns. And again, if I had my ruthers, the south side of 44 is a different beast, and I have known issues on Washington Street. I have known issues in other places. I'd say roll that 3.5 million up and take Washington all the way across and improve, because you got the same issue there. You got pedestrian mobility issues. One other question I had, just real quick, and then we'll move on. Page 844, number 13, if I can find it. Packet page 844, I think it was. I didn't understand number 13. From the project State Road 44 corridor improvements from west of Mission Road to Canal Street. Should that be east of Mission Road, or should that be something besides Canal Street?
I don't see where you're looking at. You're looking at.
So packet page 844.
Is that a trail?
It's projects B, tier B projects ready for funding.
44.
Yeah. It's all right. We'll talk about it before the next time it comes up. Yeah. I think the description's just off, but. All right. Any other comments or questions on that item? It's coming back to us, so we're not making a motion tonight. Vice Mayor Colodey, yes.
No, I just want to reinforce what Commissioner McGurk said about the local road network. The neighborhood, the Corbin Park neighborhood, is really isolated now, as you know, and finding another way out of the back of that would be very good for safety reasons. If you ever have a problem with access off 44, you would want to have a way for our fire, police, emergency to get into that neighborhood. So I wouldn't take it off, especially until we've had time to look at the feasibility study.
So I'm no expert, but I've looked around New Smyrna, and there are numerous neighborhoods where there's one way in and out. I mean, that's so common across New Smyrna. It's almost our preferred method of building a neighborhood.
I live in one, so I know.
You live in one?
Yeah.
Commissioner McGurk lives in one. So I don't, anyway, that's a whole different debate for a whole other day. You guys know I'm passionate about certain parts of that because that is my neighborhood. Any other comments or questions on this item?
One question, Mayor, if I
Yes.
may. Just to clarify what you just said a minute ago, you said you want to continue on Washington from US 1 West. And we did, this is a couple of years ago, we paid almost between $1 million to $1.5 million to do almost exactly what you're just going to do on this part. So I don't know what you're thinking about doing
Okay.
from that point on.
We'll talk about it. We'll look at it. All right, next item up. Thank you for that. So that's coming back to us, right? We'll have it as discussion at a future meeting. Next item up, formula business discussion, staff report.
Formula businesses. This is a follow-up to our November 19th special meeting where we discussed with commission-directed staff to study formula businesses within the loop, which is about a 6-mile route, including both causeways, is bordered on the west at Myrtle Avenue and on the east at Atlantic Avenue. So what we found in our research is that a fairly small but growing number of cities have passed laws that in some way restrict the proliferation of formula businesses. So where such restrictions have been enacted, the trend is to have them apply in downtowns, historic districts, or other areas where there's the distinctive character of the environment could potentially be damaged by formula businesses. So for our discussion, we used a common formula business definition as having 10 or more locations worldwide. That could be any commercial operation, retail, restaurant, hotel, grocery store, gas station. Several other cities we found used that 10 worldwide threshold, but that could be higher, it could be lower. Some were as low as 3 that we found, some were slightly higher. So in our findings, with that in mind, we identified up to, or at least 154 existing formula businesses citywide, with 38 of those located within that loop area. And within the loop, those include places like Publix, Miracle Ear, the Freedom Boat Club, things you might not consider as formula businesses, but they would under that definition. So, real important to note, and this is in your staff report, is Florida Statute 553.7922A, which was adopted in 2017. And just for the benefit of the audience who doesn't have the staff report, I'm going to read this. It states that a municipality cannot adopt an ordinance that contains any building, construction, or aesthetic requirement or condition that conflicts with or impairs corporate trademarks, trade dress, logos, or other features of corporate branding identity on real property used in carrying out business activities defined as a franchise by the Federal Trade Commission. That statute goes on to state that limitation that I just read does not apply to property located in designated historic districts. So this is a relatively new law. It's not real clear how that will be applied in Florida to places like Sanibel, but that is something that at least appears to that it would limit a city's ability to regulate the existence of franchises outside of historic districts. So looking at our 2 historic districts, Mainland and Coronado, we located at least 4 existing formula businesses. So if you just limit it to historic districts, we do not have a lot of existing ones. Those 4 are Hampton Inn, Miracle Ear, Exit Realty, and there's an Allstate Insurance office. There may be more. It's really hard to tell. These are, could be tenants in an office building that are part of a national, financial services firm, for example. So the main point here is that there's a relatively small number. One question came up about Go Juice. Go Juice has 4, possibly 5 locations, so they would be under the 10, that at least the way we defined it. So where we arrived at is if the commission desires to move forward with a formula business regulation, and then tonight is just discussion, but if you did, staff would recommend it would be under the following 2 parameters. The first would be to create a formula business overlay district that would regulate new restaurants and retail establishments within the city's 2 historic districts. And we selected restaurants and retail. It seems like from the discussion that the majority of types of formula businesses that people are objecting to are in those 2 categories, the retail and the restaurants. Secondly, is that overlay district would have a special exception that would allow retail and restaurant formula businesses under certain conditions that we would have to define. That would be a condition, if there was a business that was a formula, met the definition, but the commission, the community really wanted it, is you would have a path through a special exception to allow that formula business to locate in the historic districts. That's a brief summary of our research. There's a lot more data in your staff report. Jake Baker did a lot of that work, so we're here to take any questions.
Okay. First of all, again, very, very good staff report. Appreciate all the time and energy that you all put into this. That, Commissioner, comments, questions? Before us tonight, we can choose to, I mean, this is the first time we've really had a chance to discuss this. We've talked about it before, but kind of in detail, having this information now in front of us. So, we can go as far as we can get tonight. We can give staff more direction. We can look for more feedback. I will tell you before we start, I have talked to some representatives from the Chamber, from FABA, and actually I didn't speak with anyone in Canal Street Historic District, I don't believe, but probably an oversight on my part at least is that didn't maybe loop them in earlier, so they have indicated they would like to possibly chime in on this, do some internal research, give us some positions, not necessarily even a binary, yes, no, but just a, hey, here's some pros, cons, or here's what we think could work well for us, or things to be careful of as we pursue this. And obviously, I think they're stakeholders, so I personally would be inclined to let's have some initial conversations tonight, and then see where those conversations go, and then maybe we solicit some more feedback from those groups and bring it back for one last time to put it to bed. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Colodi, comments?
I have quite a few, and I wish I know a number of the people spoke regarding this. I wish they were all here to hear my comments. They might not like some of them. But first of all, I don't think we should establish a new overlay district within the historic district. Whatever we decide should apply to the whole district. And while we're on that subject, they're a very small part of our town. They're very interesting. They are why I moved here a number of years ago and why I'm not leaving. But limiting things that restrict franchise businesses, I do not think will have any real impact on the zones we have now. The 2 districts are pretty much built up. Most franchise places are larger. Whatever we do come up with, I think, should extend past the historic districts. If you go farther down on Flagler towards the beach, outside the district is the Rip Curl surfing store. Would you really want to make a franchise like that not come to this town by making a provision that it couldn't come? But what you can do is you can set standards as to how they fit in, how they appear, and how they function in the community. And those type of standards could extend past the historic district. Take 3rd Avenue, there's going to be a lot of changes on that. We have approved a hotel and other structures that will go in it. We required them to be in the Florida vernacular style. They agreed, didn't prohibit them. They'll be there and they'll look a little bit better. There's applications for Starbucks coming into the town on 3rd Avenue. There are Starbucks all over the place. There's Starbucks in historic districts that fit in very well. In our particular case, we really don't have too many standards as to how it will appear. We've developed certain appearance standards and structural design standards that apply in our overlay district for Route 44. Those type of standards probably should be extended throughout the town. I don't want the character of our districts to change, but a ban like this interferes with the property rights of the owners of those properties. We should set standards on how they would have to fit in. If you want to take an example of another change that we could make is all these stores, as you know, tend to look for high volume, and they have pretty good sized parking requirements. We have a standard in our ordinance now that says in historic districts, you only have to have 50% of the parking spaces that's required by ordinance. We have a whole Flagler study. For 10 years, we've been looking at the fact we don't have enough parking spaces. Why would we have a standard like that? It's things like that that are spread through our ordinances. A lot of them came about when the times were not good, and we tried to develop businesses to come in. We really got to look at all those things. I just don't see franchise prohibitions in the historic district making a difference in that district. It's the other standards that we have to approve. I'm more than willing to look at standards regarding the banning of franchise businesses, but I really don't think that they are going to solve the problem citywide, and we got to think of the whole city. So I really think we have to look at this in a little more depth than we have. I understand there's a big petition. A lot of out-of-town people, they're very important to be on the petition because of our tourist activities. I just don't think that this is the way we should go.
Okay. Let's just come down the line. Jake, you want to go
Sure,
next?
I'll try to be brief. You know, almost 1/5 of the population signed a petition, whether it's our direct New Smyrna population or not, it doesn't matter. My own personal feeling is I never really wanted to be just exit 249. We are a special place, and we all recognize that. I think the room is almost full, or it was almost full before. And so I think, well, what I had thought before was that Canal and Flagler could have been prohibited to formula stores. But now, if I'm correct, I'm finding out that you can only set guidelines in those areas for formula stores. Is that right?
What we're suggesting is that the regulation be limited to the historic districts. So if you define formula businesses, that you have the ability to regulate them in the historic districts, but the law, and Carrie can talk more about this, outside of that puts us in some difficulty.
I would just recommend as a layperson, and I've discussed it with Carrie a bit, with you a bit, that we apply as much as we can those type of building constraints, maybe restrict drive-throughs in some areas. Every constraint that we can to make a formula store be compatible with our city, to fit into the vernacular, if so to speak, to make us something special. I have driven through cities, large and small, where you wouldn't even know there was a chain restaurant there because somehow it fit in with smaller signs and similar architecture. So, guys, I'd look around the state if you can, look for really good models to make us an exceptional place that we still are, and I hope we can keep it that way. That's my message.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk?
I'm going to defer to
Commissioner Hartman?
Commissioner Hartman, if he'll allow me to.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have a couple things. I do think that the people who signed the petition is important, because if I'm an Edgewater person, I'm going to sign this so that the box stores don't come to New Smyrna and they end up in Edgewater, so that I get to go to the Trader Joe's and all the other places. So I think who actually signs the petition is an important factor. I also believe that with leases, that through design standards, we can actually regulate some of these things. I don't see anybody jumping at the door right now to get in, but that's not to say they're going to come soon, at some point in time. But I could also support the historic districts, because I think that's a legally defensible option, and I could support that for the historic districts. But I would be more inclined to do it through design standards or regulatory issues than just to do an overlay. We get into troubles when we start overlaying areas, because it has unintended consequences at some point in the future, and we just, for now, can't see those, but at some point in time, it's going to affect the members that are sitting up here on this dais. So, I don't know, it doesn't help you much, but, you know, that's my opinion.
So, a couple of questions. Well, if you're still deferring, Commissioner McGurk. The overlay, we would just be leveraging the existing overlay. We'd just be saying that this is correlating with the historic overlay. It's not, we're not creating a new overlay. This is just within this district, these are the rules that apply within this overlay that's already there, which is the historic.
It's a new overlay, but it would match the historic district boundaries.
Yeah, okay. So my thoughts are that we do both. I mean, I think the points are well made. We, we respect property owner rights. We have to by law. I mean, the fastest thing that we will get in trouble for up here is if we do not respect property owner rights. But there are things we can do. I've been talking about this forever now. You look at Sedona, Arizona. Go pull up the Golden Arches in Sedona, Arizona, and they're teal because Sedona, Arizona had design standards. Now, Sedona is a different regulatory environment at a state level than we are operating in, same federal, obviously, but different state level regulatory environment. But there are things like that that we can do here that would apply from city limit to city limit. And then this, to me, is just saying, but in these special areas, these areas that are the most unique parts of New Smyrna, we're going to have an even higher standard. And two, I forget if it was a citizen or a commissioner that said it, businesses are very adept at working in a regulatory environment. As long as those rules aren't changing all the time, they're really good at that. They can navigate regulations. They navigate thousands of regulations. But, so if they're clear and they're able to know what they are, these aren't business killing. And in fact, I think over time, and I've said this many times, I think over time, these things will actually be business generators for our community. It will make us more desirable for the Trader Joe's that do want to come to New Smyrna. Yeah, they won't be able to come in this historic area, but they'll want to be outside of it. They'll want to be a part of this community, but they'll be something, I call them Instagram worthy. People drive by it, just like, I have to commend the previous commission, the hotel in Flagler. I know it didn't come without the Hampton Inn, that is, and it didn't come out of controversy, but I get more compliments on that hotel. More folks that visit our town and drive by and say, I didn't even realize it was a hotel, and I didn't realize it was a Hampton Inn. So we can apply that same mindset throughout New Smyrna Beach, and we can do this in our historic downtown. So I don't think there's anything stopping us from doing both. I think this is in front of us that we can do quickly. Staff has done the research. They've presented us some legally defensible options, and then we can also enhance those design standards throughout our city, as Commissioner Colodi, Vice Mayor Colodi, and others have talked about. So that's where I would like to see us driving. Commissioner McGurk, you haven't spoken on this item yet.
Thank you, Mayor. When this first got brought up, I wanted to move this forward so we can have this discussion. And I think one of the most important reasons I wanted to have this discussion is because I was hearing a lot of really bizarre claims, a lot of false claims. So I wanted to have staff be able to take a look at this and give us information that we knew was legally factual, which they've done. Brian, you mentioned that we can do this in a historic district. This is not us doing this. This is what the state is allowing us to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're not choosing to ignore 5,000 people. What we're doing is we're looking at what the state law is going to allow us to do, which is, if I understand, City Attorney, in a designated historic district, we can not implement a ban, but what we can do is create it as a special exception. Is that correct, City Attorney?
So the state law isn't specific as to formula restaurants. It just talks about ordinances that restrict the ability of a franchise to operate. So we still have, as long as we're focused on protecting the character of these historic neighborhoods, districts, I'm comfortable with the special exception route of regulating these types of businesses to protect the character that's in those historic districts.
Right. Thank you. And that's essentially what I'm saying is we have very small parameters of how we can deal with this. I've heard the concern about our historic districts. And when you look at our historic districts, I agree we want to keep them like that. They're very valuable to us. We all love them. So this discussion is removing the idea of implementing a ban throughout the entire city. That is not legally possible. 2017's Florida statute tremendously limits what you can do, specifically because some cities have done this and the Florida legislature got concerned about it and actually trumped us from being able to legislate in our own city. So here's my concern. I agree with the concerns that the people have about our historic districts, and I believe we need to keep the integrity of them and protect them. If we go forward with this, where does it stop? I've had people ask me, why is it only limited to retail and restaurants? Why are we not including other commercial zoning businesses in there? So that's just the start of it. Where does this end? If we're going to limit certain businesses to a special exception, my concern is, how far down this road are we going to go? Once we open this up, are we going to listen to all kinds of different groups of people who want to ban this business and that kind of business? I think we go down, I think that needs to be a big discussion amongst this commission as to, do we open that door? And if we do, what are we doing to prevent this from getting out of control with constant requests to ban certain kinds of businesses that somebody may not like and want city commission approval for almost everything? So anyway, those are my thoughts. I understand the concern of those wanting to protect the historic integrity of our historic districts, and I agree with that. And I think the discussion that needs to be up on this commission is, what's the best way to do that?
Yeah. And I think to your point, to me, that door's, as you put it, that door's been open for a while. I mean, we do that. That's when we get paid the big bucks up here, right? That's joking. There's no money in this. I mean, it's a large part of what we do is enforce zoning regulations and usage, and we just had one last time where we told a business, endeavor that we unallowed a special exception. Go try to open a tattoo shop somewhere in town, and we've restricted a lot of things already. I mean, I think we're in the middle of it. This is just. This isn't like we're opening the door. The door's open. This is just the next layer. This is the next thing that we're considering to help improve New Smyrna Beach. I also think my prior comment, if you think about the Chamber, FABA, Canal Street Historic District, if we solicit feedback, I mean, that's our business community. That's I don't know the percentage representation, but I would say it's pretty high. If we're able to get their feedback and input as we go through this process, if we give this one more cut and have their input provided as to, some potential pros and cons or things to look out for. For instance, one thing I've thought of is, if somebody starts something here, like you mentioned Go Juice, so I'll use that one, not trying to give free airtime, but if something like Go Juice, that it didn't actually start here, but one of its first, I think its second location was here, maybe its third. If something like that starts here and then they become a national chain, I'm kind of okay with that. People visit the original Chipotle. People visit the original Starbucks. So that to me is a whole different thing. So we could have some carve out that says, if we're one of the first 5 locations even, or something like that. I mean, you can, I think we can talk through some of those items and listing the feedback from our business community. So that's where I would like to see us go.
I don't mind having a lot of discussion on this. I think we need to. But with that said, I'm not sure I agree with you that we have people who can come in, because what I'm hearing from people is they don't want this. And the question is, well, why would we let certain ones in and stay? Is this an issue? If we do, then the question is, where's the equity? Where are we being fair? You get to have yours, but you don't get to have yours. I kind of worry about that a little bit. That's kind of not what I'm hearing that the people want, nor am I so sure that it's the best idea to make it so discretionary that my personal opinion is now going to let a franchise or formula chain corporate entity in, and then I say no to the next person, and that person says, well, why not me? I said, well, I know this guy, and I like him.
Yeah.
So the question is, what kind of, this is a slippery slope we're going down.
Yeah, so let me be clear. My comments were more directed at if something grows up here, starts here, and then becomes one of these major chains. I mean, we're way off in the what if world, but if that happens, it's not like they're going to be run out of New Smyrna Beach at that point. I guess I just wanted to address that. It's not like they're going to be run out. If someone is here already today, or they start here and then they become a chain, that there's protections for all of that. So yeah, to your point about trying to pick the winners and losers, I don't really have an interest in doing that. That's I guess what we'd be doing via special exception.
Well, that's why so let's not use the word the business Go Juice. Let's use Jamba Juice. So let's say Jamba Juice started here on Flagler Avenue, and they've got all their bright colors, and they're all over the country. What I think that I'm hearing from the people is they don't want that in our historic district, regardless if it started here or not. So that's my disconnect from the idea of allowing some and not allowing others. I get the home field advantage, the hometown crew,
Yeah.
but if Jamba Juice started here, then we're going to allow a Jamba Juice on the Flagler in the historic district.
The difference is that, again, we're in the less than 1% of the cases. So I don't want to get caught up in this one issue, because if they started here, you go to the first of any of these formula businesses, and it usually doesn't look like the formula business that is what you see everywhere else. So I think what I heard, and we can go through and make sure I heard this correctly, but I think it was support. You were supportive. I think I heard you were. I guess my question is, where do we go from here? We can either choose to give staff some more direction tonight. We can say that we want to pause this, get some more input from Chamber, FABA, Canal Street Historic District. Maybe we even have a workshop that's just earmarked for this, and we take an hour and a half and just go through this one thing. Ultimately, we have to give staff direction to either craft an ordinance to come back to us, or this goes away until the next time it's brought up for some future commission discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm not in favor of moving forward with a strict ban on franchises or creating a new ordinance. I am in favor of looking at our design standards, our land development standards, as to how we can make new businesses fit into our existing neighborhood without disrupting everything.
I'm also in favor of that.
And not just in the historic district. throughout the rest of our commercial districts too. Historic district, it's more obvious it needs special attention, and we should give it that. We do have on the agenda some revisions to our land development codes regarding this type of district. It's been approved by everybody else. We can't change it now, but that is an area where we can make these changes, and we should. So I would give staff direction to move in that direction as how we could modify our existing historic district standards and any ancillary land development standards that would maintain the integrity of the district.
Okay.
I hope that was clear. I'm not sure it was.
No, it was. And I don't disagree with that. I just want to do something more than that. I want to do what the state has allowed us provision to do, but that's just me. That's not the whole commission. So other thoughts or comments on this item, gentlemen? What would we like to do tonight? What direction for staff?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like us to continue discussion. We have a really special city. As much as I know people enjoy chains, let's have them comply to our design standards, especially in the historic districts. We've been given good examples by staff of cities who have attempted successfully to retain their, here it shows Victorian seaport. We're kind of a seaport. I mean, this maybe shouldn't be rocket science if we all put our brains together. It seems it's obvious that the citizens don't want us to be just another exit. So I don't know. Let's work on it.
Mayor, I'm certainly willing to move forward in any discussion that we can have about protecting our historic districts. And I think it's a great idea to include the chamber and some business groups for their input.
Okay.
I'd like,
last comments?
no, I also agree that we need to have their input kind of before we go much further, because they may have something that we haven't even thought about yet.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that input would be quite helpful.
Okay. So I've heard 3 for that. The only 4, I guess, at least for that. The question is, and by the way, I support everything Commissioner Colodi, Vice Mayor Colodi said as well. I want to do all of that also. So question is, do we want to bring that back on some future agenda or as a special workshop?
Well, I think we need to get feedback from and maybe have the business organizations meet with us individually. We can talk this out. I don't think we're ready to schedule anything. There's, I agree with Commissioner Colodi that we need to have very clear and tight and specific design guidelines in our historic district. I would assume we, to a large extent, have those. But certainly we need to take Jay's shaking his head no. Is that, so to what Commissioner Colodi says, he's right. And I think this is part of that. It's a holistic issue here with what we're doing to protect our historic district, not just whether or not we want to limit what businesses can go in there, but what the design guidelines look like for any business going in there.
Yeah. So I hear you. I think what you're saying is, I don't know how long those discussions will take. I'm telling you, my concern is I will look up a year from now and still be having the talk. We need to decide and commit to action, but I don't want to rush through that because I think it is important that we do it right. But I don't want to get stuck in paralysis by analysis. So with that, I think we got enough direction from the commission. We'll set up some meetings with those various groups. We can talk to them, ask them to give feedback. I think individual, have each commissioner have a chance to sit down and talk to them as they would desire to meet with us. And then once we've done that, maybe that we give that a month or so. And then once we've done that, we set up, I think a workshop would be nice because
I'd rather do it collectively because then I hear what they're telling Commissioner Colodi.
I agree.
So
let's just do a workshop in.
We'll just do a workshop on it and
April, sometime early April.
Sure.
Sometime early April, work for everyone? We'll find some dates. Staff can bring us back some ideas.
And let's not forget, Mr. Mayor, we've gone from a city where people assumed we had no chain stores, and we did. Whether people liked them or not, whether they were convenient or not, it didn't matter. They were there. But now we have a discussion, and I think it's a very good start to have that discussion to try to maintain our character that we love so much.
I would also be okay with Vice Mayor Colodi at that same workshop, if we have the time, there's other things I've been wanting to talk about, design standards wise, architectural standards, color schemes, so I plan on trying to bring some of that into that conversation that could apply even broader than this. So
Let me, on March the 5th, you have a workshop that it's open, wide open, there's no agenda. Do you want to do it at that time, or do you want to do it separately?
I don't know that we'll have time to get all the other feedback between now and March 5th. That's the problem.
I agree
Yeah.
with that.
That's a tight one.
Yeah, we just want you to get there.
Nice offer, though.
Yeah, and we got enough other things, I think, for that March 5th. So, all right, any other discussion on this item? Thank you to the members of the public that have continued to be patient as this has come back multiple times. We appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you all at the next workshop where we discuss it. Item 8A, second reading and public hearing, would authorize Utilities Commission for the issuance of $85 million in revenue bonds. 100 people here for franchise businesses, no one here for $85 million in debt. That about sums up public government right there. Yes, sir.
Ordinance number
Sorry, go ahead.
19-20, an ordinance approving the issuance by the Utilities Commission, City of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, of utility system improvement and refunding revenue certificates in an aggregate principal amount not exceeding $85 million, providing for conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Carrie. Sorry I got ahead of you there. Yes, sir, now.
Okay. Yeah, Efrain Chavez from the Utilities Commission. So I just wanted to just see if anyone had any questions. See if, I know we've had some emails about some of our debt costs, but we're in good shape, and just wanted to be available for questions.
Okay. If the commission has questions on this, I will share one thing just for the commission's benefit. Efra and I traded, and Joe Bunch and others traded some emails when this was in front of us for first reading, looking at the debt issuance. I've had the chance to do a few of these with my previous employer, and some of the issuance costs seemed a little bit high to me based on what I was familiar with in the past, but we've hammered that out, and indeed that was just kind of a placeholder amount. Those will be driven lower as we go through the process, so thank you for that clarity, and there certainly will be some savings there, so excited to hear that. And hopefully the feedback with the advisor is connected with was helpful. So, other comments, questions from the commission?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sachs?
Yes, Mr. Chavez. I've asked 1,000 times already.
No.
Will this affect the ratepayer?
No, it is not. This is secured by the Revenues and Utility Commission, so it is not, has no impact to taxes or anything else.
So we're just basically reorganizing a loan, adding some assets?
Yes. So it's CIP, so we have our 5 years is 95.2 million, 65 million of new money, and what we do refinancing for interest savings, the 2013 A and B, and paying off the 2009. Right now, the way the market keeps going, as of our last estimate, we'd save about $800,000 in interest over from the refinancing of those two instruments, plus getting the 65 million of new money at an excellent rate. As of yesterday, or really as of Friday, was 2.92%. So a really great time to leverage the environment to lock in some new money as well as refinancing and getting some interest savings. So
thank you.
A plus for.
Is that it?
Yes,
For now,
thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Of the new money that you're taking in, obviously it goes to capital improvement type projects. Do you have any idea how long it would take to spend that money? Would that be within that 5-year period?
Yes, it will. Our plan right now is 65 million to be spent over 3 years. The 3 years, since we're already in the middle of this year, it would start next year. But yes, it would be 3 years.
Okay, I know that you have had discussions with some of our staff regarding some possible projects we might want to work with you on.
Yes.
On that property. This would allow those projects to go forward, if we agree together
Yeah.
on it and how to function, finance our half of it. What if there's a big economic downturn within the next couple years?
Either way, these projects are needed for it's really, replacing of existing aging assets. The debt service that we would get from this is much lower than what we had in prior years. The financials and the support is on existing rate structure, so there, we factored this in as far as being as conservative as possible. We should have no issues in the foreseeable future to cover it.
Regarding rate increases?
As it relates to this issuance of bonds, we are covered.
Okay, but there could be rate increases for other items?
Yes.
Operating expenses,
Not
that type of
related to
thing?
this.
Okay, thank you. I like people who think ahead.
We're trying.
Even in an economic downturn, I think power is about the last thing to, power and water are about the last two bills they quit paying, so. You mentioned rate increases. I know the UC is acknowledged, I mean, it's been years since there's been a rate increase, so I think, you know, separate from this, but I do think there's momentum been discussed publicly by that commission as it should be, but I do think there's momentum around trying to make sure we don't fall too far behind and then have some kind of a sticker shock type adjustment that hits us sometime down the road. So I do think we're being progressive in our leadership there, and I look forward to seeing more about that. Other comments or questions on this item?
No, well, I totally support this 100%. I do want to make the point that it will impact our ability to borrow money in the future for the next 12 months. So just keep that in mind, minutely, but it will affect that, so.
And for clarity on that, my understanding of that would be that basically if we go in, you know, this is looked at as part of kind of our system. So if we go into the market, we follow this issuance. So this is taken into account when they look at our ability to borrow. So where they're borrowing at 2.92, we may pay, you know, whatever that percentage, we may pay slightly higher if we go into the market hot on the tails of this. To the extent it's a revenue bond that we also are issuing, which it would be, I can't imagine that would be a huge impact. I think it would be pretty microscopic. And the further apart we are from it, the better. But if no other discussion, do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 19-20?
I'll make that motion.
Second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 19-20 is adopted. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for being here, Chairman of the Utilities Commission. All right, next item's up, and remember, this is one that we are shifting the order on. We're hearing it as item C, D, and B in that order. So that is one of those is a quasi-judicial hearing, and then a special exception and the rezoning, and then the second reading for a comp plan amendment. So we're going to read ordinances 17-20 and 18-20 the second time by title only.
Ordinance number 17-20, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Comprehensive Plan, changing the future land use designation of .73 plus or minus acres of property generally located south of Woodland Avenue, north of Canal Street, west of Hickory Street, and east of Spruce Street, from city high-density residential to city commercial, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Okay.
Ordinance number 1820, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .73 plus or minus acres of property located south of Woodland Avenue, north of Canal Street, west of Hickory Street, and east of Spruce Street, from City R4 multifamily residential to City B3 Highway Service Business District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And if the applicant has no objection, we'll hear these all together and vote separately. The comp plan is going to be a legislative matter, but the rezoning and special exception will be quasi-judicial. Any objection? Okay.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. You all finished? I keep jumping out ahead of you. Make sure you're all done. All right. This is quasi-judicial, so any ex parte communications to disclose, now is the time to do it. We'll begin with the Vice Mayor.
I haven't had any conversations with any of the gentlemen regarding this application since the time we voted on the historic tree removal.
Okay. Jake, anything to?
Nothing.
I don't remember any. I feel like there was a conversation shortly after that. If I heard evidence, I don't remember it. So I can't tell you what it was. I'm sure I'll hear it all again tonight.
Nope.
Nothing since we've last met on this, and I drive by it every day.
Yeah, same here.
So,
Okay, Mr. Fields, please state your full legal name.
Brian Scott Fields,
If you would state your educational professional background.
Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Maryland, Master's in Business Administration from the University of Florida, professional background. My position here is the Assistant City Manager and Director of Development Services. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida with 25 years of experience in land development, engineering, planning, permitting, and public administration.
Okay, does any member of the, anybody wish to question Mr. Fields on his qualifications? Hearing none, any objection to qualifying him as an expert witness in the area of land development? No objections. He's determined to be an expert and qualified to give opinion and testimony. Are you familiar with this special exception request regarding this property?
Yes.
Please state whether it's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and share your recommendations.
Yes, we believe it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Just a brief overview, and then we'll summarize those recommendations. As discussed, this is really 3 requests covered in this one staff presentation. It's a comp plan amendment. It's a request to change the future land use from high-density residential to commercial on a .73 acre parcel located on the south side of Woodland Avenue, north of Canal Street, west of Hickory Street, and east of the existing StoreQuest self-storage facility. There's a map on page 971 of the packet. It's an aerial, kind of shows how this property relates to the surrounding properties. This item is the comp plan. The rezone is to rezone from R4 multifamily residential to B3 highway service business district. And then if those were approved, the applicant is seeking a special exception, which would allow mini warehouse storage use on the property. So just going back a little bit, just for recap, on February 12th of 2019, the City Commission approved a special exception to allow mini warehouse storage facility on the property immediately south of this property. That special exception expires on February 12th, 2021. The property owner later prepared a site plan and applied to the City Commission to have a historic tree removed from essentially what's in the center of the property. That request was denied at the July 22, 2019 City Commission meeting. So this application is intended to allow the northern .73 acres to be developed with mini warehouse units, which would allow the applicant to preserve that historic tree and as well as have their desired minimum number of storage units that they state are needed. So the existing high-density residential future land use allows up to 18 units per acre on the .73 acres. That's approximately 13 residential units that could be built in theory. A conceptual site plan is shown in your packet on page 976, and a typical building elevation is on page 960. In total, 10 mini warehouse storage buildings are proposed. The buildings are single-story, although they're fairly a tall single-story with a height of just under 27 feet. For access, at the completed site, vehicles would be able to enter and exit from the Canal Street main entrance. There would be exit only onto both Woodland Avenue and Hickory Street as proposed. So to summarize our staff report as far as all 3 items, I think this parcel is really at the transition from a commercial area on Canal Street to the surrounding residential areas on Woodland Avenue and Hickory Street. So these ones are tough when they're really kind of at that transition point, but our staff determination was that the commercial land use as proposed with the mini storage use similar to the existing property to the east and with all of the recommended conditions of approval that use would be preferable to a high density residential usage. Just to recap, the Planning and Zoning Board at the January 13th, 2020 meeting, they voted 7-0 to recommend approval of both the comp plan and the rezone. They voted 5-2 to recommend approval of that special exception. So just for context, I know we're going to hit the comp plan first, but when we get to that special exception, just want to hit what those recommendations were of they would be there's 5 conditions, actually 4 in your packet, plus one I'd like to add just for emphasis. that special exception would expire on February 12th, 2021. So you would essentially be creating a special exception for the entire property that expired on the same date. The outdoor business operations, as recommended by the P&Z Board, would be limited from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. The landscape buffer materials shall be sufficient to be considered extensively landscaped to provide appropriate visual screening for the frontage. The building standards must meet the city's architectural standards. And then it's in the staff report, but just for emphasis, I'd like to add the condition that the driveways on Woodland Avenue and Hickory Street shall be exit only. So that's an overview. I know the applicant is here as well, but I'd be glad to take any questions at this time.
Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Go ahead.
So Brian, this is going to include the parcels that faces Canal Street also?
That is, at build out of the project, it would.
Okay.
That's not subject of this application.
Right, but
Yes.
the entire project would include that nasty mess that's on Canal Street. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, if not, applicant, anything to present tonight?
Please state your name.
Gerard Pendergast.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It will be, yes. So I guess I should start with saying we're back. As you heard from Brian, this is it's been a year-long process to get here tonight. And basically what we did is after our previous meetings, we retooled the site and came up with a way to have a project that would be the size that my client needs to be profitable, and also to save the historic tree. And during the year, we've taken quite a few steps, gone further than most people have on site plans. We've redesigned the site. We've resurveyed all the properties. We've met with FDOT for right-of-way approvals and their requirements. We've met with St. John Water Management regarding the adjacent swales and the drainage from the neighborhood properties onto our property. We expanded the role of the arborist who's been working on our project, updated all of the tree surveys. We've met with New Smyrna Beach Planning and Zoning Department many times. I'm almost talked out on this project, to be honest. We've applied for zoning changes, amendments to the future land use, had a hearing in front of the P&Z Board again. And also we got to witness the Borough Pit City Commission meeting because we were second to last on that agenda. So thank you very much for having us closer to the front tonight. So, and also my client has invested more than $10,000 in just the approval process alone, applying for these things. And that doesn't include the professional fees of the arborist, the surveyor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. I mean, there's lots of positives about this project. It's really kind of a blighted area, and we're improving it. We've designed all the stormwater that will be maintained on our property. We've designed it so that it's really self-contained, and the noise and the light has been minimized. The impact on the neighborhood will be minimal because we've internalized the locations of where that will happen. I didn't print that sheet. So at any rate, it's also very low impact as far as services to the city. We're not going to, transportation-wise, it's low impact. We're not going to burden the schools, the libraries, the hospitals. It's really, I think we've come up with a very good solution to this issue. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of the applicant? Vice Mayor.
You're eliminating a piece of R4 property. Do you see any any problems with that? From
Well-
taking away a transition piece of property between commercial and residential?
No, because I think
Okay.
that, the property in front is already commercial, and the properties, to the west is commercial. So it's kind of a strange zoning for that piece. I do understand it's transitional, but I think by combining these parcels, that we actually have a more cohesive project that would make more sense than having, 13, units of some sort, condos, townhouses, something, and then a mini storage. This actually allows you to have one consistent use and to develop all these properties, collectively, as far as landscaping, water management. I think it's a very good solution.
I have comments, but no more questions.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant?
You don't have any issues with the exceptions that the planning board put on there?
No, we agreed with them.
Okay.
Yes.
The expiration date specifically?
Well, I mean, we would like to get this, we would like to have been under construction 6 months ago.
Yes.
So, we plan on moving forward quickly.
Thank you.
Jay, I noticed that you had what do you call them? You had sent out letters to the neighbors.
Yes.
Were there letters of objection?
No, and we've never had any objection. And we've notified, I think they're going to look at our letters as junk mail at this point. We've noticed the neighbors 3 different times throughout this process. And my assistant in the office said, there's 2 letters that always come back, cannot be delivered, incorrect address. Should I fix them? And I said, oh, no, please don't do that. We have to go with what comes out of the property appraiser's office. So we have a history of sending out those certified letters, yes.
I know that you did mention that the burden of light and noise would be de minimis, but somebody who might want to get their boat out at 4 a.m. to go fishing, which is what I normally do, might be a burden to the people that live next door.
Well, truthfully, Commissioner, they'll only be able to enter and exit the site from Canal Street. So they will not be impacting the residential neighborhood when they exit.
Thanks.
So just to clarify on that, and I apologize if it's in here and I missed it, but so the ingress egress will all be on Canal Street. It won't be on that back. It won't be off to the
back street on Woodward. That was done really for emergency vehicles.
Okay. And so will there be, if you look at the property immediately to the west, the same usage, I can't tell, but there's a little vegetative buffer there. Will there be, except for where the drive is, will there be some vegetative buffer we'll be able to have in that area because if you think about it from the residential impact, it's more, most of the houses around it are to the east of it, along the side of it, versus behind it. So that transition you're talking about, Vice Mayor, is more to the east versus to the north. So, but will there be a vegetative buffer or some kind of a landscape buffer in the back?
Well, yes. In fact, that's one of the areas that the Land Development Code actually works well. There'll be a 25-foot landscape buffer between our business and the residences.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of the applicant? If not, we're going to hear from members of the public, and we'll have closing comments and go forward. All right. If no other questions of the applicant, thank you. Any members of the public wish to testify on this item? If you would like to speak, you come here. She's going to swear you in on this one particularly. You come here. No, just go right to that, right where they've been speaking. So that's all right. We'll figure it out together. And then just, she's going to swear you in.
Please state your name.
Sandy Carroll?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please.
I do have some concerns about this because I live on Hickory Street.
Okay.
when he said that he had concerns about the Hickory Street properties flooding his property, it's exactly the opposite way around. That property is elevated, and every time we have a tropical storm or a hurricane, it floods the backyard of every house on the east side of Hickory Street. So I would like to know if they're addressing keeping the runoff on their property or having a retention pond or something like that. And the other question was answered because I really would have a problem if the ins and outs were taking place on Woodland
Right,
next to my house.
right. Excellent.
So,
Okay,
I called at one point to ask if they had a site plan to the planning, and they told me they didn't have one for me to look at, so, and I was sick for the last letter that was sent out, so I couldn't attend the
yeah,
meeting.
okay,
But I do have some concerns because it is a residential neighborhood, and I have concerns with, light and noise at 4:30 in the morning.
yeah. Okay, well, we'll allow the applicant to respond to those questions you've raised, so thank you.
We've designed our water retention system to be an exfiltration system, and all of it will be contained on our property. Additionally, there's like everything, quirks. Somewhere along the line, someone installed like a culvert between one of these drainage ditches onto my client's property. And so part of our water, design has been to actually clean up the culvert and make it so that the water does flow under our property into the swale where it's supposed to be. So there's been some sort of rigging or whatever going on out there over the years, and we're repairing all that.
Okay. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item, wish to testify on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing part is closed. We'll now hear any closing remarks from the city and the applicant. All right, we'll first hear from city staff. Brian, any closing comments?
Just a couple clarification, just on that fifth condition approval, if we get to the special exception, as I'm understanding, the driveways at Woodland and Hickory Street would be not exit only, they would be emergency access only. And then to the public comment, yes, we have a conceptual site plan that we can share. We'd be glad to get that to you. We haven't reviewed stormwater in detail, but as we get an engineered site plan, it would include a review of those issues. So, that's all.
Okay. Applicant, any closing comments before the commission begins discussion? No? Okay.
And you agree to that last condition with the emergency exit only?
Okay.
The planning, when we met with planning and zoning, they asked for the emergency exit only to be on Woodland. I actually would prefer to have it on Hickory also, but if it's a big issue.
How would it get to Hickory?
Or is it Hickory? The one on
Woodland's behind it.
Woodland's behind it.
Woodland's to the north, Hickory's, but you gotta go through houses to get to Hickory.
And when they exit the driveway, they're going to turn right anyway.
Yeah.
Get onto Canal Street to exit the neighborhood. So I don't really see a big issue with the vehicles. It's emergency only on Woodland. And, the other exit, honestly, to go to Hickory, we're directly next to Bishop's, which, it's a long-established local business, but it's also open 24/7.
Yeah.
And when you look at this aerial view, half of that side of the street is a junkyard of some sort. So, I don't know. I would prefer to let our clients exit, make it a right turn only so that they could go on to Canal Street, because that's really the direction we want them going in.
To and from via Canal Street, though. Right or left turns on Canal, I think, yeah.
So just to clarify, what is the Woodland Avenue would be emergency only. The Hickory Street would be exit only.
I'm still not seeing how folks should, I don't see how this is connected to Hickory Street.
Because I
Hickory's
think
down
this
here.
property is picked up with it in here.
Oh, I see, okay.
I've missed that last time, that's why.
Like an L shape.
I'm looking at,
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 956, the red box and the yellow box, and I'm not seeing, I didn't see how I was getting to Hickory. But yeah, there's another parcel that's up there that comes all the way over. I see it now. Yes. Got it. Thank you.
I made that mistake last time, that's why I knew.
I'm just sitting there like, Hickory's not involved in it. Okay. Is everyone clear on those conditions? Applicant agreed to those conditions. I'd ask motion maker as we consider this to make sure that's included. All right, that was the applicant's closing comments. We'll now consider the item. Comments from the commission. Vice Mayor.
I do have another question for the applicant.
Okay, now's the chance.
How many units was originally approved?
None were approved.
That's been so long.
I need an answer.
With the storage?
I don't have an answer for you. I think it was around 60, 65.
And how many units were you losing due to the historic tree?
Like 20.
And how
We were
many?
losing, excuse me, sir, we were losing a third when we had the meeting of the historic tree. In order to restore, in order to maintain the tree, we would have had to lose a third of our units.
And how many units are you proposing now?
80.
So because of the historic tree, you're gaining 20 units? Roughly.
Well, because of the historic
Roughly.
tree, we are changing the zoning, future land use, and applying for a special exception for a parcel that was not considered part of the original plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Comments?
Yes, I want to build off that before I forget, and then I'll come back to your first comment. I now remember what it was we talked about. Now I can ex parte officially. It was exactly that. The property, or the applicant owned that piece of property and was planning on building that as zoned, and is instead going through this process to be able to make this work and giving up that, which would have also been an income generator. So I can't get into the economics of all that, but now I remember what it was we talked about. Your comment, sir. Vice Mayor. Then we'll come down the line.
The R4 zone was a transitional zone as a buffer between the commercial and the residential properties, mainly to the north, and some of the ones to the east, to the rear. It is true, there's commercial development to the left. There's storage units there on the other side of a natural buffer. These new units that are proposed are 27 feet tall. I believe it's going to have a negative impact on the neighborhood. And I also find that, I'm not asking any more questions.
Yeah, this is just commission
No
comment.
more questions.
Well, then I won't respond.
Thank you. And I also find that an R4 piece of property is usable for affordable housing. There are a number of, you don't necessarily have to get full development on it. I don't think you could, taking into account parking requirements, so on and so forth. But it's a valuable piece of transitional property. And we can't just have commercial properties abutting our residential properties. Even though we have it in a number of areas, it is not what you really want to plan for. For those reasons, I just can't support it. Can't support the development. I know you had an economically viable plan. There's a historic tree that you didn't think about, and it's unfortunate, but I cannot support the expansion into the residential zone and the removal of that buffer.
Okay. Commissioner Sacks, closing comments.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry it's been difficult for you, but it's been difficult. It's been difficult for me as well. I'm very concerned about the residential neighborhood, and ever so often we're eating into that neighborhood, decreasing residential neighborhoods, and I'm concerned about the impact, not just the height, mostly the noise and the light. I do realize that Bishop's is there. I would hope you could find a different use for the property, something more in keeping with the residential portion, if that's possible. So right now, I'm having difficulties.
Commissioner McGurk, comments?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. You know, there's a number of things about this project that I like. Now, number one is we told this guy to go back, find a different way to do it. And he did, to save the tree. And he's done that. That's a big deal. And I don't think we need to lose sight on what we told this gentleman to do when we denied him the tree to be taken down. The other thing is, I can't think of a better commercial use than a mini storage place. These things are so low impact and so little used. The transition is fantastic because you could have a convenience store there, you could have a gas station, you can have all kinds of different high-intensity uses at this commercial location. There's a Bishop's Body Shop, which is probably, if you told someone that they were going to have a body shop come in next to them, you'd be very upset, and and I would too. So the idea of mini storage coming back along this area, to me, is a great transition from the commercial to the residential. Woodland has a road, which is great transition. It has a nice buffer there. So there's a lot of reasons to like this project. And ma'am, I hear your concerns, and I would have the same concerns if I were you. I'm a little concerned that you're getting comments from my fellow commissioners that are going to make you very nervous, because the mini storage places, people most of the time stuff their stuff in there, and then what do? You forget about it. And it's a relatively low impact use. Some guy, if he pulls his boat out there fishing, it's gonna take about 5 minutes for him to back it up, attach it to the vehicle, and drive out with it. So, you know, in my opinion of this, I think that this is a great use for the property and a great neighbor to the residences next to me. And I'm going to support this project. And if it passes, and if I'm wrong, I absolutely want you to come back and tell me, you know what, this is my problem. But I don't think you're going to do that, because I think that this use will be a good neighbor to you and very low impact, not noisy. And I think that it's one of the better things, all things considered, of what can go in there. So I'll be supporting this project.
Commissioner Hartman.
So I also think this is a good project for a number of reasons. The blight, number one, you talk about your entryway into New Smyrna Beach, and that portion of Canal Street is our entryway into the downtown area. And to see the blight and what's going on now, to me, is disheartening. So I think anything of a nature like this, where you're going to have a low impact, low traffic project that's going to bring some beauty, if you say, you know, but at least will be a more attractive than what we currently have. You know, from everything that I've heard and read, these storage units are low impact. They're going to come, they're going to go. There's probably not much business going on during the week. And so anything that's going to improve that area, I'm certainly in favor of. So thank you for reworking this.
All right, I can count. So I symbolically am in the middle of this, and I see the pros and the cons of both, and I get the need for transition, I get the need for all those things. I do think, though, this is exactly what we asked this applicant to go do, and we said They had gotten a special exception approved. I've lost track of we approved that, our previous commission, frankly, but they'd gotten a special exception approved. We denied them on the tree. We said, go figure out a way to make this work without the tree. They've gone and retooled plans that they had for that property, which included, this is zoned high-density residential. And from an impact, like, I don't love mini storage units. I've said that before. I don't think, that's not what I aspire to be, is the nation's storage capital of the world. But from a usage standpoint, I think the comments of my fellow commissioners are correct, especially if we make sure that provision is in there, that the ingress egress is off of Canal Street. We've restricted the operating hours. And I'd like to point, if I recall correctly, the use, they won't be pulling out, they won't be backing in and pulling out, the units won't be in the middle of the property and they'll be accessing from the outside. The units will be to the outside and they'll be accessing from the inside, if I recall correctly, and I'm seeing some nods. So it won't even be like there's, somebody backs into their spot, there's headlights coming in a back window for someone on Hickory Street, which I would be concerned about if I lived on Hickory. Frankly, if I lived on Hickory, I'd be more concerned with what's in front of my house than what we're about to put behind our house. And that's a whole other debate for staff for another day. I'm not saying I love this, but I'm saying I can support this because I think the impact will be low. I think it better be done right. And we're saying it's going to solve these other problems. We're saying it, you were on the record saying we're going to solve this drainage problem. So I don't want to get calls after this project's done that homes are flooding on Hickory Street. So if we say that the light's going to be internal, if we say we're going to have operating hours, if we say we're going to fix drainage, I don't want to get calls after this is done that we didn't do all that. And I think you're a local. I think you'll keep your word and make sure that that's what we get is the product that we talked about and approved. I know this is the final step. We'll go through, I guess, the rest of this process with staff, but I think I can support this. I think it's what we asked the applicant to do, and my hope is that it will be good for those people in that area. It will be an improvement to that part of Canal. Is it, again, do I wish we had something different? Maybe, but that is what it is in that case. With that, so gentlemen, to be clear on the order, we're going to have the ordinance 1720 first. So I'd ask if there's a motion to approve ordinance number 17-20 with the various provisions and stipulations outlined by staff. Do you need to add clarity to that, Brian? I'll pause to make sure we get the motion right.
This one's the land use, so this one's just
Okay, so
no conditions. The
okay.
last one has the conditions.
Motion to approve ordinance 17-20.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 18-20. Any provisions on this one, Carrie? Nope. All right, motion to approve ordinance 18-20.
So move.
Second. City Clerk.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right, and now the special exception SE 5-19. Is there a motion to approve that? Brian, go ahead with what you need to say.
4 conditions in the staff report, plus a 5th, that the driveway at Woodland Avenue shall be emergency access only. The driveway at Hickory Street shall be exit only.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve special exception SE 5-19 with those, was it 5 that you just listed? With those 5 conditions?
So move.
Second. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, next are for the property at 132 Temple Street, items E, F, and G. We will hear those together. City Attorney, if you will read those ordinances.
Ordinance number 1120, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach .24 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of Temple Street between Lake Drive and Jungle Road, addressed as 132 Temple Street, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 1220, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .24 plus or minus acres of land located on the west side of Temple Street between Lake Drive and Jungle Road, addressed as 132 Temple Street, from Volusia County urban medium intensity to city medium density residential. Providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 1320, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach, rezoning .24 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of Temple Street between Lake Drive and Jungle Road, addressed as 132 Temple Street, from Volusia County R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, we'll now conduct the second readings, public hearing, and quasi-judicial for this item. Any ex parte communications on this one, gentlemen? Vice Mayor?
None.
Commissioner Sacks? I have none. Also, Commissioner McGurk?
None.
Commissioner Hartman? All right. We'll first hear from the city. Mr. Mathen, if you would, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you would, please state your full legal name and give your educational and professional background.
My name is Robert George Mathan Jr. I have been employed by the City of New Smyrna Beach for 18 years. I've held the positions of permit technician, zoning technician, associate planner, and I'm currently the senior planner for the city.
All right. Does any member of the commission or audience wish to question him on his qualifications? Hearing none, any objections to qualifying him as an expert witness? Hearing no objections, he's determined to be an expert in the area of land development and qualified to give opinion testimony. Mr. Mathen, are you familiar with these ordinances regarding this property located at 132 Temple Street?
Yes, sir.
Please state whether it's consistent with the city's comp plan and share your recommendations.
All three ordinances are compatible with the comprehensive plan. Staff has recommended approval for all three ordinances.
Any questions from the commission of city staff on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
If you don't mind, Bob, this is a existing house that is on septic, correct?
That is correct.
Just a question, am I correct that the septic tank is in soil that is severely and slightly limited?
Yeah, these are older homes, so you're looking at septic tanks probably from the 50s or 60s, so they're going to probably be those concrete base type septic tanks with one or two drain fields coming off of them. They're usually going very, very small. Most of the time these houses were built 2-bedroom, 1 bath, maybe 3 bedrooms, so they have small septic tanks. The soils aren't the greatest for septic tanks, but they are existing conditions, and we're hoping that we can annex these properties into the city, and hopefully one day there may be some extension of services to these folks.
Yes, thank you.
Good response, Bob. Thank you. Any other questions of city staff? If not, we'll hear from the applicant. Is the applicant here? And if you would like to speak, you may. If not, you don't need to. All right. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public part of that. Any closing remarks by the city? Probably not. No. All right. Any final discussion from the commission? If not, do I have an ordinance to, motion to approve ordinance 11-20?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
City clerk? I can never read, I can never tell if you're wanting to say more or if you're just making a motion. I'm always
No, I made the motion to approve.
If I ever move
No conditions. I thought of one, but no.
If I ever move too fast, just jump in. All right, city clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Motion to approve ordinance 12-20.
I will make that motion with no conditions also.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. City clerk.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. And can I get a motion to approve ordinance 13-20?
I'll make that motion also.
Can I get a second?
And I'll second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right, ordinances 11, 12, and 13-20 have been adopted. Thank you for annexing in. Items H, I, J, City Attorney will read these by title only.
Ordinance number 1420, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach .27 plus or minus acres of property located on the northwest corner of Corbin Park Road and Juanita Drive, addressed as 2201 Juanita Drive, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 1520, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .27 plus or minus acres of land located on the northwest corner of Corbin Park Road and Juanita Drive, addressed as 2201 Juanita Drive, from Volusia County urban low intensity to city low density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 1620, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .27 plus or minus acres of property located on the northwest side of Corbin Park Road and Juanita Drive, addressed as 2201 Juanita Drive, from Volusia County R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Mathen, you're still under oath. Sorry, ex parte, anything to disclose, gentlemen, quickly?
Nothing.
None, Commissioners?
Drive by.
Drive by it all the time, all right. Are you familiar with these ordinances?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the property, sorry?
Yes, sir.
And please state whether it's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and your recommendation.
All three ordinances are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and staff's recommend approval for all three ordinances.
Any questions of staff, gentlemen?
None.
Hearing no questions.
Also soil limitations.
That is correct. This is actually a vacant property, so they are planning on building a house, so at least if they do build a house, they'll have a septic tank, they'll have a more modern septic tank on this property than the other property.
Thank you, Bob.
All right.
Is this a property that had a historic tree on it?
There is a
Application.
historic tree on this property, yes.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still there. They have to
Thank
work around that tree.
Okay. Any other questions of the commission? All right. If none, would the applicant wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that. Any closing comments from the city? Probably not. Any last discussion from staff?
No, sir.
I mean, thank you, or commission? If
None.
not, is a motion to approve ordinance 14-20.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Ordinance 15-20, can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Motion to approve ordinance 16, did I just say 15-20? I did, didn't I? All right.
Yes.
Number 16-20.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. If I may, before we move to the next item, just for my clarity, I always like to understand, for my own edification for future votes. For my fellow commissioner, if you don't mind me asking, what is the concern? Is there something I've missed? Is there something we should be looking at on this item?
Glad to tell you.
Sure.
They'll be building on septic tanks.
Whether or not we annex them though, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's the problem.
Yes.
Is
Whether or
that
not.
whether or not we annex them, they're gonna build on septic. So I'd rather them be in the city so we can hold them to our standards.
I do agree with you there, but
Yeah,
I cannot.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
And my concern, and it is what it is, my concern is that when you're voting no on something like that I think we've all agreed is a good thing, which is bringing the city, closing that hole in the donut, it can look, especially because you have a great reputation as being very environmentally forward and friendly, and so it makes it look like the rest of us have missed something, or that we don't care so much, and yet I think ultimately it's inconsequential to whether or not the damage is done, meaning they build on septic. And so that's the spot it puts me in and us in as a commission. So vote your conscience. I'm not trying to tell you how to vote by any stretch, but I always like to understand that, because I've thought about it before. If I vote no on this, it doesn't solve that. They still go build on septic, and then
Understand, Mayor.
and then we annex them in after they build.
Understand.
So
And perhaps someday we can provide city sewer to this area.
not if we don't have enough people that are annexed in the city to build our budget up.
I get that too.
I mean, that's all right. I'm not attacking you for your vote. I want to be very clear. That's
can if you like.
just
I
for
still-
public.
I still vote no.
You can vote how you would like. Vote your conscience, but just for my own edification, the public's edification, that sometimes we agree and yet we have a different
I
vote.
would be glad
And
to
so,
explain. Thank
yeah.
you for the opportunity.
Ordinance's first reading, city ordinance, read ordinance 20-20 for the first time by title only.
Ordinance number 2020, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, amending Chapter 13, Historical and Archaeological Preservation Element, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Sorry, I turned the page. The second reading of public hearing will be on March 10th, 2020. Hey, that's going to be a fast meeting. We only have the one thing for a second reading at that one.
Mr. Mayor, just one comment.
Sure.
As we were discussing earlier on the franchise issue, this is a perfect example of where changes could be made to enhance our abilities to preserve that issue. A lot of work did go in on this, on preparing this, so I would not like to delay the approval of this. But we can't lose sight of the fact we'll be back on it before long.
Good point.
Just one clarification, if there's anyone in the audience here to speak on the historic preservation element, now would be the time. We should have listed it, even though it's a first reading under the public hearing, because it's a large scale.
Okay. Does anyone, members of the public, wish to speak on item 9A? Seeing none. Thank you. All right, next item's up, boards and commissions. We have the Airport Advisory Board. We have a resignation, and we have an alternate member. As was in staff report, I think the historical process has usually been, although there's no rule that it has to, is to elevate that alternate member and then appoint a new alternate that can go ahead and be kind of getting up to speed. But let's start with accepting the resignation of Janet Tinoco.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call a roll on that.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clody?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right, that resignation has been accepted. And so now we have to either elevate Jeffrey Mitchell and then appoint someone as a new alternate, or we can elevate someone that we appoint and leave Jeffrey Mitchell as an alternate. Gentlemen, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to move
Elevate.
Jeffrey, what was I saying, the
Mitchell.
alternate to the permanent board position.
Okay, I have a motion to elevate Jeffrey Mitchell to
Second.
the board. Second. City Clerk, if you'd call a roll on that.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clody?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now nominations. We have 4 applications that are in front of us.
Mayor, nominate James Dempsey.
Okay,
And Mayor, nominate Celeste Lester.
all right. Any other nominations? We're going to need some ballots down there. Okay, good. Any other nominations? No? No? Commissioner Hartman, any other?
No, I'm good with Commissioner McGurk's.
Okay. All right. I was going to nominate someone, but
Do you want to?
no, I won't complicate it.
There you go. Jake. You can look.
It's about to be public in a minute anyway. I know. It's like we do this and then it's like, read it into the record.
Okay. There were 2 votes for James Dempsey. They were from Commissioner McGurk and Commissioner Hartman. There are 3 votes for Celeste Lester from Commissioner Sacks, Vice Mayor Colodi, and Mayor Owen, so it's Celeste Lester.
Okay, thank you, Celeste. Congratulations on being appointed as the alternate member for the Airport Advisory Board. You have all the duties, none of the rewards. I guess that's what that means. I don't know. All right. B, the Building Trades Board. Let me just make sure this. Okay. Building Trades Board. So we have. We have no new applications, so we have reappointments of 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5. All these terms basically. Joseph Blanchett, Randy Beach, and then William Coward, Paul Hurd, and Alan Charles. So it's all 5. And we have no new applications. So they have all expressed a willingness and desire to continue serving. So, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Reappointment of all members, just for
Yes.
clarity. Okay.
Is there another option?
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, wait for other applicants, but.
Well,
This was there's also to waive the 2-term limit for 4 out of 5 of them. It's in the staff report. There's only one that had 1 term, but the rest have served more than 2.
Yeah.
And this position was
Sorry, I
advertised.
just was getting to that point. Okay. So, just for clarity, if you can remake that motion, I'll make sure to include that if you would mind.
Make a motion to approve all 5 and waive the term limits.
Okay.
Second.
All right. I want to make a point about that, but I'll make it afterwards. City Clerk, if you would call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Oh, gosh, I don't have much choice but to say no, and it doesn't fit, but they're beyond their limits, so I have to say no.
Yeah.
So what happens to the board?
That's a good question.
The board doesn't meet, there's no board member?
Well, no problem.
Vice Mayor Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. But, yes, so it passes, but I agree with Commissioner Sacks.
As do I.
Yeah,
We all agree. Yeah. So, I think this highlights kind of three issues, and if I can just pause here. Number one, we've talked about before, but during your clerk's report, if you can just bring us up to speed on where we might be at on, looking at, this board has term limits, others don't, and yet now that, this one has term limits and we have nobody applying, so that brings me to my second point is, I want to see us, and I think Phil's doing a good job of this, but I think it's incumbent on each of us. I think it's incumbent on our staff as well to try to help recruit people to do this, to serve in these roles. New blood, fresh blood. Every time there's some topic like what happened earlier today, I try to recruit those folks to get involved more than just that one topic, and I hope we're all doing that. I hope staff is doing that as well. So. Yeah, but in this case, we didn't have too much of a choice, so. Okay, item C, Code Enforcement Board. We have two, all right, let me make sure I've got a new report on this one that I'd have to do. So, recommendations for the reappointment of Dan Kopfer and Clifford to the Code Enforcement Board for 3-year terms expiring on March 3rd, 2023. So both of their terms are expiring. They have expressed their willingness to be reappointed, and we have not received any additional applications. That will still leave us with one vacancy. I think that's what I needed to clarify. There is one vacancy currently. I don't think that was in our staff report. Kelly caught it afterwards. Previous clerk had not updated this, and so she caught it. But we do have a vacancy still that we'd be looking for on that. Do I have a motion to reappoint these two members?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Okay. And then hopefully we can find one more person to serve in that one opening. All right. Sorry, gentlemen, that part of the script got complicated. Housing Authority. We have a voluntary resignation of a member and the appointment of a citizen to fulfill the unexpired portion of that term. Josephine's expires August 31st, 2021, but she submitted her resignation now. So if I have a motion to accept the resignation of Ms. Fennell.
I'll second.
Okay. City Clerk, call the roll.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right. Thank her for her service, please. And we have one application that is for Ms. Riker, and there's no other additional applications.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept her application to become a member. I find her qualified. She's kind of in the business and would not have any conflicts in that particular end of it. So I think she would be a valuable asset on that board.
Okay. I have a motion to appoint Ms. Riker and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Judy for being willing to continue to serve. She just can't quit giving back. All right. Next item up, Mayor and Commission reports. You know I always go last. I would, though, like to just say one thing before you all comment. The state of the city, we heard some comments about it today. I just wanted to share with you all one thing. Total cost for that, not down to the penny, but total hard cost, I would say, was in the $1,700 range. Bulk of that was the food. There's some other items. There's certainly things I would like to do different if we choose to continue it in the future. I'd like to point out that $1,700 doesn't include any staff time related to being there. I don't think we paid overtime related to it. Maybe in one case with one of the employees that was there. But it doesn't include any other staff time, but I don't think that was really all that material. It really wasn't that big of a staff lift. So I just want to share those points with you. So as you make comments on that, what I'd like to do is if we can give staff kind of a direction on, is this something that we would like to see continued, and do we want to put that in the budget moving forward, in addition to whatever other comments you might make, which I'm welcome to hear on things you might want to do different, continue, stop, whatever you may want to say on that. So with that, I'll open it up. Vice Mayor, your comments first on that and anything else you'd like to talk about.
Okay. It was a really good event put together by everybody here, including you, Mayor. I was really impressed by the presentation, the video presentation, and the fact we did it in-house. This is normally the type of thing where I hear a request for $10,000 to put together a video, and then some. It was very well done and very good. Outstanding. Next item concerns the place it was held in, the Brannan Center. Brannan Center has been somewhat controversial over all the years. I think we're kind of past that. I think we've learned a lot over the years. Looking at our monthly financial reports, I have to put my glasses on. I see that we took in $96,000. I believe this was for January. And we also, I'll use the term fees waived of $45,000 because we put on a lot of community-based and government-based operations, which I also support. But we need to bring in more income. We need to have more use of it. We had talked that this is such a nice wedding venue. We now have another one being built in town, which is going to siphon away some of the funds. We have to adjust our operating plan there. It has to be broadened. It has to involve the community. One of our citizens, Joel Page, put together a really good report, I know, as to how we could accomplish that. I know he's worked with the staff and met with them, even up to today, out there at the site. And from what I've heard, it was a good discussion. And I would like to see our Leisure Services Board really review our operating plan, our advertising plan, and how we interact with the community. I know where I used to be, there was an old theater that was turned into an event place that had concerts, which were well attended. The community benefited. The restaurants offered price fixed menus for before and after it at a discount if you bought your ticket in. So I would like to see a program like that developed. I appreciate everything Joel did, and I hope he continues to work with us on that, as I'm sure he will. Things have changed, and this is the type of outreach we like to have. So I would like to see that moved along. I don't think we need any motions or anything on it at this point. We seem to have the cooperation. I know the staff is working on some of his ideas and the costs, and at that point, we can have more detailed discussions. The third item is neighborhood plans. We have an organization, a neighborhood group. I think we have to give them direction and ask for them to prepare procedures for modifications to neighborhood plans. We now have a very active group that's looking into the Faulkner District. They call themselves the Garden District. Name change might be appropriate. Some of the boundary changes might be appropriate. But we need to develop a full procedure. We had one in the past. Our assistant manager has managed to dredge up what reports were prepared. At that time, it was a 2-year process that was very community involved and very intensively put together, resulted in a 61-page report that the staff put a lot of time and effort into it. I don't think we need that. I would like to see a streamlined approach, one that can apply to all 24 of our neighborhoods. Another example would be, we went through a year and a half on Magnolia Street. Perhaps if that went through a neighborhood council on those plans, it would have expedited that and action could be taken quicker. We're now faced with, because of Magnolia, the citizens are very aware that if they ask the commission is likely to approve. That happened on Faulkner Street. I received another request from a resident on North Peninsula for the same type of traffic issue. I've heard it today from a person on Live Oak. We really got to, and I know we have a procedure to evaluate them, but I would like to see us develop a way to fast track those. And I think the neighborhood council is the perfect place to do it. So I'd like our staff to work with the neighborhood council to develop those procedures. Once again, State of the City was great. I look forward to the mayor putting it together again next year, and all mayors in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Regarding the State of the City, it was a very engaging event. I'm so glad you had a very good turnout for the State of the City. I would like to see all of us speak at the State of the City. It was an interesting format having audio visuals for the commissioners, but I think it would be more engaging if we all had maybe a smaller segment than the mayor would be appropriate as well. Other than that, it was very good that we got to use the Brandon Center for the public, as well as the chamber being the people's house. I would like the Brandon Center to be the people's house. There have been some complaints over the last few years that the people don't have enough access. It's a very expensive venue, and they feel that they've been excluded. That's all I'll say about that. But the State of the City is a very good idea and very engaging, and I'm glad the people got to to take part in that. As for the rest of my commissioner's report, it is incumbent on us to keep our residents safe. We've been through the process on Magnolia ad infinitum, and we've done studies. We've had actual quarrels in this chamber. We've had very passionate people speak about their safety, their lives, bicycling, walking, their animals. I just had very, very upsetting phone calls from a lady that she actually spoke tonight. And I got to read an email from the person who lost an animal due to the speeding cars on Live Oak. Now, they were very positive about what we did on Magnolia, and it is quite possible that some of that spillover, or people who are averting Magnolia, are now traveling on Live Oak, which is even more constrained. But what I've noticed about Live Oak is that it's a narrower road, it has less line of sight, it has a large section that has no stop signs, all the way from 6th to 9th. I'll bet it's 3/4 of a mile. So I'm going to ask tonight, I'm going to make a motion for a stop sign somewhere along that section. We don't need any more studies. We know it's a very dangerous road. I have an actual audio visual on my phone that I showed to the manager. I don't know what he felt about it, but it's appalling how people are driving on our roads. That's a neighborhood, and we're trying to keep it safe. I know Commissioner McGurk addressed the problem on the north end near Faulkner, and we immediately put a stop sign there. What the very kind lady asked for is at least one stop sign. Someone at our podium tonight asked for 2. I'd like us to start. I'd like to make a motion to put one stop sign, and I'll ask to defer to the manager where he thinks it should go. Somewhere between 6th and 9th would be a very appropriate thing to do to keep shortcutters, transient people from cutting through that neighborhood, making it very dangerous. So I'm looking for a second for a stop sign.
So real quick on that, I'll defer to the commission in a second, and then we can take a vote. But for me, I can support it. We heard the person speak today. What we saw with Magnolia that I want to try to avoid, and what I think the citizens that requested, working with Commissioner McGurk, if you recall, we had a package in front of us. Every citizen had been surveyed. They had signed that they agreed. Like, the chamber didn't fill up with the other side of the story. And so my concern is we respond to one citizen's request, and then, next meeting we have, and we do this, thinking we're doing the right thing for that whole neighborhood, and then we have, 15 people from the neighborhood that live on the other part of the, the street that show up and say, well, I didn't want that stop sign does this for me. So I'm not saying it would, but that's the groundwork that I think, at a minimum, that we could use. I'm not trying to delay it. I don't, that is why that one, I was able to support that one really easily and quickly, because I didn't feel like I was getting any blowback. And this one, I feel like we've heard from one person, not necessarily everybody. But if you tell me you've been out there, you put the leather to the pavement, and or someone else has, and we've done that, then I could take your word for it and support it even tonight. But I think at a minimum we should take that step. But that's just my thoughts. It's just my thoughts on that.
Mr. Mayor, if you just let me respond to that quickly. We've been through this very tedious, I don't know how else to describe this process, why people have to wait for something that's probably $75 to $200 that can be placed in the ground in 15 minutes. We can see if it works. It will make more than 2 families happy. And I know at 3, 4 o'clock, children, older people come out to play on that road. It is a dangerous road. And so why can't we try something? If we get blowback, we take it out.
Like we did on Magnolia.
Wait, hold on. Let me make a comment here, because because Faulkner has been brought up. So, Jake, I agree with you to the extent of this. Magnolia taught us a lot, and when the Faulkner people, and I was contacted by 2 people, and they demanded something be done. I told them about the Magnolia experience. And I told them that they need to get, that we have to meet a criteria, and that they have to get at least 75% of the people buy in on the street. And they went and did that. Not only did I make them do that, they said, this is where we want a stop sign. And I said, let me tell you, I need each person who lives next to that stop sign to sign off. And I gave them the Magnolia example. I said, we approved the stop sign, and then I was out at lunch one day, and a woman who lives there stopped me and said, hey, what the heck's going on? I told people I didn't want a stop sign, and I got one. And we had to remove it. So this issue tonight on Live Oak brings up a lot of, I think, good issues that we need to discuss. One being that the traffic from Magnolia has seemed to jump over, because when the woman, her name was Chloe, I'm not sure I got her last name. Joniak. So when Ms. Joniak spoke, I wanted to jump out and say, well, do you think that that had anything to do with Magnolia? And without me having to say it, she answered that question, which was great, because she clearly felt that it did. So I think that we need to, I don't think it's something to approve tonight, because I think we need to get the buy-in at least at an intersection. And if staff says we're going to put an intersection at 6, and then someone at 7 says, no, I want to hear, and then the person at 6 says, well, I want to hear, are we going to have 2 stop signs? What if someone says, I don't want to hear, but I want it on 7th, not on 6th, and the person on 7th? So I hear you, and Ms. Joniak certainly came and expressed a concern tonight, and I think there's 2 concerns to address. A, the speeding, and B, the fact that traffic on Magnolia, she thinks jumped over to Live Oak. So on my staff comments, one of my questions to staff is, I thought we were monitoring that or doing something to get some kind of feedback to see what impact that may have on both Riverside and Live Oak. So there's a lot of discussion here. So, and to your issue specific tonight, I much rather would want you to meet with the people and get it signed off on the corners that they want, whether it's 2 or 4 houses, before we approve it, just so we don't task staff unnecessarily to do some things. But if you get that, I can support that.
The 2 ladies that spoke to me live between 7th and 8th. So again, I make the motion that we place a stop sign between 7th and 8th. If it gets denied tonight, I will bring people back, and you will have angry people in this chamber. And if another animal gets killed, it will be on our shoulders. So that's what I will bring back to you. Okay, if you guys, if I don't get a second, if it's denied, I'll go further with it.
Jake, I don't want you to feel like we're not supporting you. I'm telling you, I can support you.
I understand that you may be supporting, but you want to go through.
There needs to be some process here so we can get some kind of agreement, buy-in from the homes.
Yeah, because the concern is, I mean, you made the point that you'll bring back a bunch of people who have an angry chamber, but that can also happen if we install a stop sign. We went through that in Magnolia, and that, I think, is our concern, is this knee-jerk, like, I was very confident. Look, I don't like to the first time I hear about it, we make a motion. The only reason I voted yes on what came before us that McGurk brought was because he laid a piece of paper down that checked every box and said, these are all the people, and they're fine. Like, I knew the chamber wouldn't be full today, or else I'd have voted no on that too. So I hear you. I don't want children's or animal lives on my shoulders. I support it. I just want to make sure we put it in the right place and that we do what all of the residents want, or at least a good bulk of the residents, and not just the 1 or 2 that we've heard from. If the young woman that spoke tonight, if we give her the 2 weeks to do it and say, listen, this is what we need. Just talk to your neighbors. Go up and down the street, talk to your neighbors, just like those in Faulkner did. Make sure we get, yes, this is where we want it. Everybody around that's okay with it. And here's, all the other signatures in the neighborhood. 80% of them are okay with it. It will have my unbridled, passionate support, just as we all supported what was brought up before. So that's where I'm at. But
Okay, they will make that happen. Thank you. Since I have no second, it seems.
We'll pause there. There was a motion made. Anyone choose to second anyone want to second the motion for a vote? Item dies for lack of a second. But again, I think you have the support. Vice Mayor, you want to comment?
I had a very similar request from the person on North Peninsula, which is very long and people go very fast on. And he had experienced a couple accidents in front of his house and onto his property. Might have involved his wife. But what I did is I just referred it to our manager to take the appropriate steps and see if it's a valid concern. I just like to have a background on that. Could be very valid, the person that talked to you. But see, I can't say that until I have some documentation behind it.
The documentation.
I shouldn't speak to you directly. I'm speaking to the public. I just need more documentation.
Documentation you may get from staff will be to refuse a stop sign because it's not warranted.
That's okay, then I'll consider that.
Okay.
And I think we've proven that we're okay going above that. I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. That's just.
Proven that.
I didn't even ask staff when it came before us. I couldn't tell you what staff's recommendation was last week, or last meeting, so.
I don't think there was one. But
There wasn't, so that's my point, is
concerns
if this and again, I think it would. I don't think this will be controversial. I genuinely don't. That's my hope, and it will certainly have my support if it's not, but still your time. Any other comments? You finished?
I had a wonderful time judging the chalk contest. I hope to do it again. It was a wonderful art festival, totally packed. Thank everybody for coming. My message, if it wasn't clear during the mayor's state of the city, was that I really wanted to give you that day, but I wanted to thank the staff and the citizens for their volunteering and all the citizens for engaging and being part of the city, because this is a representative democracy, and I really value their engaging with us. So thank you all out there. Appreciate it.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the State of the Union was a smashing success. I was very impressed with it, and I have nothing negative to say about it other than you got a high bar you got to meet next year. So good luck with that. I want to bring up an issue. We've been dealing with derelict sailboats, but an interesting thing has happened in my neighborhood the past week. In the past week, we've had 2 sailboats, with no one on them, I want to say break free, for lack of a better word. It got windy, and the sailboats were dragging their anchor, and both of them came into docks with no one on them, and there's really no jurisdiction of anybody who can either handle it or handle it how it should be. It's not practical. So we have one that hit a dock, a neighbor took it, put it out to a sandbar, and before it can create a lot of damage. And then a few days ago, we have one that broke free overnight when we were having those heavy winds, and it's been banging around between 2 docks and a seawall. The mast snapped across the dock, and this has happened twice in 1 week. And lo and behold, we have a fire aboard one just about a quarter mile away, right next to the AOB boat docks. Another sailboat that had been, I believe, sitting there. I think I've recognized it. So I just want to bring this to the attention of everybody, because there doesn't seem to be anybody with any real jurisdiction. Coast Guard didn't seem to want to mess with the boat the first time. Everyone basically say, call CETO. CETO wants to get an owner. So there's a lot of problems with this, and it goes back to, how do we enforce either derelict boats or people who leave boats unattended in an unresponsible manner? In other words, not enough anchor to hold it when a storm comes up. Obviously, you can sue them, but the reality of it is every person I know has ever had this problem the person with the sailboat has nothing to sue for. So we go back to the mooring fields, and you think, oh, that's a great idea, until you realize there's no requirement for them to moor up to them. But Rockhouse Creek is a very popular place for passing boats. They come in at sunset, they leave at dawn, but some stay. So maybe what we need to do is encourage, put some mooring balls out there, and at least encourage people to hook up to them, because those are secured and fastened to the seabed much better than an anchor or some guy who doesn't know what he's doing or doesn't have the resources to have the proper equipment. So anyway, just kind of throwing that out there, letting you guys know about this problem. 2 boats in 1 week, and as boating gets popular in the economy as well, we see a lot more of this. Thank you.
All right, I think, agree with everybody else. State of City was excellent. The venue was wonderful. You did a wonderful job. My only comment, and I sent you an email, is I think that the UC should have been a part of that in the video process, because they're an intricate part of the city, and there's a lot of people who don't understand that we're not the same organization. So that would have been an opportune time to kind of let them toot their own horn, to say. For those of you who don't know, the former city manager, Donnie Williams, passed away this week. So probably none of us were around, and you may have known him.
Well, I know him, but not as city manager.
Yeah. So
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but he passed away. Chief mentioned it on his presentation that they have removed the 2 derelict boats, so I thank Sergeant Claudio for putting up with my emails. I certainly do appreciate that. And there are laws in place to deal with what you have discussed earlier. It is FWC's responsibility, or it could be our responsibility. So if we pay our police officers more and get more of them, create a Marine unit, our problems are solved. So it's that simple, right?
No. Sure it is.
Still an issue with the sidewalk parking pavement in front of Merck's. Apparently, we kind of thought we kind of resolved that issue, but those 2 entities that agreed to do the paving or the improvements never went forward with that. So that issue's still out there. We just need to bring it back up and tickle their feet a little bit and get them moving on that issue. The other thing I want to bring up is we discussed a couple meetings ago when Nancy did her presentation about a comprehensive park plan. There's another item yet to come up tonight that I think deals with parks. I'm hesitant to do anything about creating new parks or new space until we have a comprehensive plan that says what we have, what we want to do in the future, how we were going to grow, and what truly are our needs. So I think without that comprehensive plan, we may be spending money that we don't necessarily need to spend, or we may be going in a different directions. And with that, it's going to have to go out to RFP. You're going to have to select people to do this. First off, we'll have to fund it. So if there's any way that we can get a consensus, is that that's what we truly need or want to do, and we can get that so that it's the legwork is done prior to the budget session, so that we don't have to wait another year to go out for bid to get a comprehensive plan, and we just keep getting further and further down the road. So if we currently have a consultant in place that can do something like that, we can piggyback off something, we can get them, to get the RFP written and at least get that process started, so that come October 1, if there's money in the budget, then we can push forward. Or at the end of the year, if there's excess funds, tax funds that we didn't realize were coming in, like last year we had some surplus, then we could push that forward. But I really believe that without a comprehensive park plan, we don't know what our needs are, we don't know where our dollars are going to go in the future. And I hate spending money that we're just going to rip up in 3 or 4 years. So I thought we had a consensus on that was a good idea. So if we can get staff to go ahead and at least start the groundwork and get that ball rolling so that we're not behind the 8 ball come, October, I certainly would appreciate that.
2 comments on that. I did send a email off to our manager concerning the sidewalk situation at Merck's, because I saw the first group of very young students walking from Marine Discovery Center over to the AOB site. My suggestion was, if they're not ready to move right along right now, is start ticketing those cars on the sidewalk again if you want to see some action from the owners. I would hate to have to do that, but that may be necessary because it should have been done and finished already. With regard to the AOB site that we're going to talk about in a second, we did authorize our staff to prepare this plan. So we did that.
That plan, he's talking about the comprehensive park plan, like.
Comprehensive
Totally.
park plan I agree with completely.
Yeah.
In fact, I've asked for that already.
And I as well, so you've got at least 3, so there you go. Let's, whatever the budget, find somebody who can do it, do an RP,
We'll
whatever we have
see
to
if
do.
we have one of our current consultants on board that we have. If they are able to do that, we'll do that. If not, we'll do an RFP.
Let's make sure they're good at it. I mean, I want experts in this, though. I don't want it to just be something they also do. So, you've come in.
May I interrupt for a question? So are we now considering the AOB for a recreation area?
So let's pause that. I've got to make some comments, and I think city manager's report, we're going to talk about that item specifically. So,
And I have one more.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
With regards to the neighborhood council, I was here the other night and there was no meeting. There was no notice that the meeting had been canceled. And I think that, as we saw earlier, it's hard enough to try to get people to volunteer for these boards, and then we cancel them for various reasons. I think it's important that if they have a scheduled meeting and a meeting time, that they should meet. They have a lot of things that they can talk about, discuss. If there's not a formal agenda from the city that they want to go in, they certainly have other issues that they want to talk about and discuss, so that, I hate to discourage people, and I'm getting that from one of the persons that I put on the board. We meet, we don't meet, it seems like we get a lot of fluff, but we like action, much like you do, and they're not getting that opportunity to get involved in these issues and talk about them and discuss them. So that was my last. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you all for your kind words on the state of the city. Commissioner Sachs, I will tell you, we talked with staff as we were planning it about the best and appropriate way to involve commission. It's certainly, what we do is no one-person show. Even what we do as a body is not a 5-person show. It's the results of an entire team and a really community. So try to be true to that. I'll tell you, the challenge with it is doing that in the sunshine, without having a public meeting where you plan it and, okay, well, now you cover this topic and I cover that topic. Like, we just have to be really careful in that. So I will talk to staff more. I mean, I definitely want the commission to feel like they, their voice is out there as a part of that. That's not the Russ Owen show. That's the commission's and the whole city show. So, but as far as trying to work together in the sunshine to plan an event is just, is prohibitive, frankly, and same with the awards when we had that conversation. But we have a full year. That one we pulled together in about 30 days or less, it felt like. So now we have a full year since we've kind of proved the concept, and we think there's some traction behind it. So I think with a full year of planning, talking with city staff about how we can engage our community and our commission more as we do that event in the future. So that's that. But I do think the video, it's our most engaging social media post ever as a city. All the other stuff we've done and talked about, that one has more views and more traction than anything else that's been done. So I think hats off to Phil for, I don't know his background. I don't know if he's ever done that before, if he just pulled that out of his hat or what. But you're right. That's normally, I wouldn't want to see what the county spent on theirs, and I liked ours better. Way better. Financial report, I'd highlight in the city manager's report. You mentioned it earlier, Vice Mayor, about the financial report. I just want to highlight that. You know, it's funny, I keep hearing that we're not transparent, and yet we've done everything possible to make ourselves as transparent as possible, including that report where we now publish more information than has ever been published. So for those that don't think we're transparent, email me directly. You don't have to post on Nextdoor. Just email me and ask me what you want, and we'll send you the answer. I'll make staff available. So we have a meeting on the 5th that is something we had talked about in our strategic planning session, which is basically just a time for us to talk. It is a wide open meeting for us to talk. My question first for the city attorney would be, I'm okay with that. I like the concept of having kind of no agenda, but if someone's going to bring something up, I'd also like to have maybe done some reading or research or thought about it a little bit ahead of time. So would it be okay if there were items we thought we were going to talk about, we forward those to city staff and they circulate that out as kind of a potential agenda beforehand? No, not holding it to us, but just as an idea?
Yeah, you could give him a list of topics.
Yeah.
And then he could give you all a big comprehensive list of.
Here's stuff that's been presented. Again, it's just to start organizing my thoughts so I'm not completely flying blind.
Maybe come up with 2 topics each one, so this way you don't have, a million topics, so.
I think we might land at 1 million, but.
2 topics each, that's 10 topics.
So my ask of commission, you can do what you'd like. Again, that's kind of our time. That's not a staff meeting. That is a commission meeting. But just so we can all be as prepared as possible in advance of that meeting, if you can send those to staff and they can circulate them to all of us, you're not held to that. If you come up with something on the fly, I'm sure we'll have tangents in that time. But that just gives us some framework to start with so we could be prepared on what we might want to talk about. I don't know what my items are going to be yet, but I'll come up with something.
So we get 2.
I'm not holding us to 2. I think that's a good suggestion. That's probably feasible and reasonable.
Give a time limit on each commissioner to get their agenda then.
Hey. Yeah.
We can start the meeting earlier than 2.
2 o'clock.
I know, we might want to start earlier.
You want to start at 8?
No, we can't. We can't.
No, we can't tease it, but we might plan to have to order dinner in.
We might. So 2 other things I had real quick, piggybacking on whoever brought up, you did, about this. I've had someone is talking to me about the sailboat by the Brandon Center. I guess they say it's just kind of camped out there, been there forever or a long time or not leaving. I talked to staff while I was there, and they said that their perception was that it was kind of, it kind of mastered the system, and it was moving enough that we couldn't, kind of.
We have the time limits, so
Yeah.
kind of time.
The citizen that emailed me says that it doesn't move at all, so I don't know, but I guess I would just ask if staff can pay special attention to that particular one. I know that dock in general's, we have issues, but if we can take a look at that one. And then the last thing for the commission to talk about, I don't know if all of you heard that the Charter Review Committee has extended their meeting. It was a 2-hour meeting. They're now extending to 3 hours because they're not progressing through enough material each meeting. They have a lot of conversations during that meeting, a lot of comments from the committee. And so they're extending that to a 3-hour meeting. So my question for the commission is, and I want to clarify, city attorney did not ask me to bring this up. I approached her with this concern. But so in the meetings that we're not here, I should say the weeks we're not here, we now have 2 staff at least that are now at that meeting until at least 8:30 on those Thursday nights, I guess it is, right? Thursday nights. So unfortunately, Kelly has to be there, and there's no backup for Kelly at this point. I've talked to her, tried to figure out a way to get her out of it, but I can't. I don't know that our city attorney needs to be there the entire 3 hours. My thought would be that we give her the authority to self-regulate her time. My suggestion would be that she's there the first 30 minutes, and if they have questions come up when she's not there, that they can, through the facilitator, submit those to her, and that she can answer those at the next meeting in that first 30 minutes, and then she gets back to her regularly scheduled life. And I have thoughts about the 3-hour meeting in general, but if that's what they need to do to get the job done, then that's what they'll have to do unless their members speak up to curtail some of their comments. But thoughts on that item, any concerns on that? Remembering those are recorded, so if anything gets to whatever and she needs to go back and listen to the full transcript, she can do that on her own time and leisure.
If I might.
Sure, go ahead.
I've heard the same concern. I suggested that perhaps one of our staff speak with the moderator and have the moderator take more notice of moving the meeting along, because they're not going to get done. It's as simple as that.
I am concerned about that.
And I don't want to burden our staff with all the extra time, especially the after-hours extra time that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And I'm glad the subject was brought up about that. So,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Hang on, I heard him next, and then I'll come back to you. Sorry, go ahead.
Either way. It's funny you mentioned the attorney. I had a discussion with a member, and the discussion focused around what was the role of staff and the attorney to the board. And it raised an interesting question, because her time is, if the board thinks that the attorney is there to advise them as they go along, then the problem is they're going to expect her there. If the idea is for them the board to hash things out with the facilitator, basically keeping them in between the lanes of what is way outside the scope of being legal or not, and then they bring it to us, and then we vet this thing out, that is consistent with the attorney not needing to necessarily be there. However, I do have a concern that the expectation of the board or some of the board members could be that the attorney is there to do a lot of that upfront work as they're discussing. So I think that I agree with you that this is starting to get a little out of hand in terms of the time for all our staff members. But maybe, so when we do this, and maybe Kelly or a staff member, maybe we need to figure out or talk to our own members about what is going on or what we expect them to do or not. So I agree with you, but I can tell you that a discussion I had with a board member indicated to me that that person would probably have some heartburn over the attorney not being there, because they think they're being advised by her as they discuss things.
Okay. Interesting comment. We'll come back. Go ahead.
Just a quick one. There's been concern by me and some residents that they're not understanding what the work product is and what is the finite portion of the charter that they're supposed to work on. Did it include the comprehensive plan? Did it include future land use? And according to our council, it does not. It is only the charter.
Yeah.
But people still would like to know more. And if it's only that, just the charter, and we should maybe define that for people and make sure that everybody knows what our work product is in a charter review, in our charter review.
Yeah.
If you think it's necessary, I do.
Okay. I have some additional thoughts, but Commissioner Hartman, you haven't spoken on this yet.
Having only missed one meeting and sitting through all the meetings, I think Carrie being there lends to some discussion towards her or at her when it shouldn't necessarily be. I certainly agree with whoever said maybe the first half hour or something like that, just to clear up anything. But other than that, I mean, we can do it through written communication, through the facilitator. But, what I've witnessed is there's one or two people that just like to comment on every little thing. So I think the direction, hopefully, that the facilitator gets is that, we need to stay focused, don't get off into the weeds too much. And, maybe she should borrow your clock for, for some of these comments, so. And the other thing is, they're giving open, they have public comments before and after. And a couple of times, there are the public who don't truly understand what's going on, so they're taking their time to discuss ordinances or, land development stuff or, something that's totally not germane to what they're doing. So I don't know how you respectfully say that's not the focus here, So it's tough.
It is, because I think we've traditionally been pretty at least I know I have been pretty hands-off with our advisory committees, and they have access to staff as needed, and but this one's unique in a couple of ways. One is there's a finite due date. We got to get this completed to push towards getting education out to the community to ultimately get this in front of the public, an informed public, so that they can vote on this. So I will tell you, I've had some conversations with the facilitator. Obviously, I don't speak on behalf of the commission, so I haven't given her any direction, but I've given her my observations on what I felt like may improve the flow of the meeting. I think we're very careful. We have decorum when we run these meetings. If we ran them like that meeting, we would not get finished with these meetings. I mean, we have, and I know it's 10:30. I see you looking at the clock. we had a lot of public comments. So my point is, we have decorum. We limit our tangential comments to this time. This is our time for that, and it's one time during the meeting. And even that, we're pretty concise in that. We do a fairly good job. So I hear your concern, but I'd like to see us try it, and maybe we need to authorize someone to go, either staff or one of us. I'd be happy to do it, or Commissioner Hartman's been at every one. Maybe he's the best to speak to it, to try to help prod that commission along and set parameters on, make sure they understand, to your point, Commissioner Sachs, the deliverable. It's not, we're not going to change all these other stuff. We're not going to change, they're not necessarily, shouldn't be in the weeds of an ordinance. I mean, it's what do we want to put on the ballot for the people of New Smyrna to vote on to change in our governing documents that we share. So
I think that needs to be communicated on what we're going to do with the city attorney, and I hate to point to you, Mayor, because I know that, but that's what you get the big fancy title for.
I'm happy to do it.
Is it maybe we should, I mean, the idea of you going to the next meeting and expressing what we've talked about here and what the new plan is that something you're comfortable with?
I would prefer it to come from staff, myself. Hey, I'm more than willing to go and tell them to move it along, believe me. But I just think it would be better from staff.
I just don't want them to feel like staff is then, see, the problem is it comes from staff, then the feeling can be that staff is trying to manipulate what they're trying to do. So coming from us, since we appointed them, I think it would be more important. I wouldn't want to put staff in that awkward position.
I'm more than happy to go if the mayor finds he can't.
Okay. All right, let's move quickly on. Any other comments or thoughts? You're hesitating. All right. Are we okay with authorizing? And I guess I'd put it this way: I'd like to just authorize attorney to kind of self-regulate her time, working with the facilitator and that commission to self-regulate her time. And my suggestion would be be there for the first 30 minutes and then take other things under advisement and respond at the next meeting. But everyone okay with authorizing her to kind of self-regulate her attendance time at that meeting?
Most definitely, yes.
Anybody opposed to that? Okay. I know we have concerns, but I think if we give her that authority, that's at least one step. And now the question is, do we feel that we as a commission need to have someone that shows up at that meeting and speaks to, or even just, I mean, look, this is public, I'm sure a few members on, I think one's here actually, so this message will certainly get back. I'm also happy to just talk to the moderator and facilitator and say, we need to enact some changes to make sure that process moves along. Not to curtail the conversation, I just don't know if the conversation's been overly productive in some examples, so.
Answer to your question is yes, and yes.
Okay. I'm happy to have that conversation with facilitator, and I'll also show up and try to deliver that message at the next meeting in a non-controversial way, and I don't know how I'll do that yet, but
We got your back, Mayor, don't
yeah, I appreciate it. You won't be there.
We got your
He
back
may be.
from a distance.
And Mr. Mayor, maybe
Yes.
if you let the review committee engage with the facilitator, you should be there, or could be there, and maybe they could work out what their end product is.
Yeah, I agree, and that's,
What the parameters are,
and I've kind of been relying on the facilitator for that, so her and I will have a conversation first, and then we can, and then we'll talk about that. So everybody okay with that plan? Any objections or comments on that? I will let you all know how that goes. Thank you. That was it for me. We have 4 minutes left before we have to extend the meeting, so let's just go ahead and do that real quick to make sure we have time to get these last few items. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting not to exceed 11 p.m.?
Make that motion.
Second.
City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
City Manager report briefly.
All right, you have the reports. I'm not going to go through the other items. The most important item, obviously, is the administrative office building. And just for clarity, what you have before you is two options. Option A was kind of designed by Commissioner Colodi, and option B was designed by staff for the sites. And this is just for the commission to digest the concept. We'll be back, if the commission wishes to continue, we'll be coming back to you at March 10th and March 24th. The reason for that is if you wanted to do something with the sites and we wanted to apply for the 5D grants, the application is due by the end of March. And that is for the design. So, which means you submit in March, you wait until June to hear that, to go for the presentation. You come back in October, November, they send you the agreement. So by the time you do the design, it's back in January of 2021, and then you have to do the cycle again for the construction. So this is for the commission to digest. Michelle is going to go over the plan quickly, and we'll give you a chance to ask any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle, for staying late. I'm so sorry this was buried.
Should I say good morning?
Yeah, right.
So again, I know everyone wants to wrap this up. Just orient ourselves quickly on what's out there today. If you want to direct your attention to the screens, we're talking about the AOB site, which is just west of the North Causeway boat ramp. And as I kind of click, you'll see some changes happening. What I just did there is showed you the property line of what we're talking about, just so we know truly where the 4 acres exists. We have the North Causeway to the north of the site, which has got a very wide right-of-way. And then again, working with the water's edge and the boat ramp there to the east. The darkened area is asphalt that exists today. The sections that you see kind of that appear to be asphalt have either been removed by our maintenance operations team or it's actually dirt. So that's asphalt that is on the ground today. And you can also see the fence line that kind of bisects the property highlighted. And then I turn it green to just show you where grass is. I know that's a really vibrant green, but that's how you're going to see the design options. So the first proposal, again, is option A. Again, being that the fine grant is before us, we have a month to make some discussions. That's all this was intended to be, from my understanding, is conceptual ideas. We have to get it out there to talk about it. And I believe the focus here was to just begin to try to provide order on the site with the existing parking that fills the 4 acres. So again, this is the proposal from Commissioner Colodi, proposing to add 17 boat trailer parking spaces to the existing boat ramp site. In his defense, I don't believe he knew where the property lines were with the proposal that was given, so we've drawn that on there just And that's kind of what spun us to an alternate option for consideration. There's some drainage on the property that would have to be relocated. It may present permitting challenges. But again, the intent was to provide additional boat trailer parking and some form of vehicle access to get closer to the water's edge, and as well as a kayak launch. Again, bringing folks to our water on our beautiful property and preserving nearly 1.8 acres of field area in the center of the donut, if you will, for whatever recreation or public use we want to come up with as a team. So when I click, this is the staff's review of, just again, a quick review of just commenting on Commissioner Colodey's design. In an effort to provide additional boat trailer parking, we've shifted that idea and kept it on the current boat ramp parking parcel by shifting one of the median islands and producing actually one additional parking space there. Well, 9, I mean, we would have to move for 8, but we'd pick up an extra one. But what that would do is allow us to just create a loop, if you will, between both properties for overflow, and just when you are circling to find that special spot, you can kind of get in and out easily between the two properties. The only other thing that we offered here was, again, just positioning of the ditch and keeping as much of the improvements on the parcel as we can, instead of dealing with the DOT and needing to do lease agreements for improvements in their right-of-way. But we also proposed a kayak drop-off, if you kind of see that over there by the launch, for it to help folks truly utilize that and not have to drag their kayak so far. So that's really all we have to show, is those two options just for comment. What do you like? What are you up for? What direction can staff receive at this time to go forward by the end of March?
Okay, thank you all. So commission comments briefly, and Vice Mayor, I'll defer to you since you did it, but again, we're running out of time, and I know City Attorney needs at least a few minutes for one thing, so briefly, comments.
Being I live over in that area, and I can remember when the actual sewer plant was over there. I remember it when we occupied it as an office building. Why we call it an AOB site is because we don't want to talk about the fact there was a sewer plant there. The site is used now. We get 12 to 18 cars out there per day enjoying the water. It should be preserved as recreational. It's a real asset on the water. I would like to see some type of plan move forward so we guarantee it stays that way. Now, my plan is only out of my frustration that nothing's been done for the 10 years. It's also a little bit, it solves my withdrawal from not doing this for a living anymore. So I just like the idea of us moving along. Both plans are great. Both plans can have minor modifications. I want us to give the staff direction to come up with something that we can apply for the grant for. We can change the little ideas as to exactly where the parking goes, and I just think we should move ahead. I've had people from my area that object to the increase in boat parking. I prefer to see it just as overflow parking, but there is a need for more space out there. But those are my comments. I just want to move ahead. I don't want to drive past it. As Commissioner Hartman says, I drive past this one 6 times a day. So I want to see it used and used properly.
Okay, Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, I greatly appreciate Michelle's hard work, and Mike as well. But to me, this AOB site is the cherry on the cake. It's a diamond, and I think it needs more vetting. I think it needs more looking at. And I think there's too many parking spaces. I don't want, it seems like we're making just more parking. And I would like to table this indefinitely. Or table it till time certain, several months, so that we can all sit down and discuss what we would like to see on this property. I mean, this is our last chance to save some really gorgeous waterfront, and just to see it seems like it's gonna be overflow parking. I mean, in all deference to Mike, he did the hard work, and Michelle.
Okay.
But I see just a lot of parking. So,
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Second my motion to table it, because
Okay, I was gonna get Commission,
Go ahead.
I was gonna let everybody comment first and then see what the motion was. Go ahead, comment.
I agree 100%, first off, with what Marty came up and said. I do not want to put any kind of encumbrance on this property until we know what we want to do with it. So I am absolutely opposed to taking fine money. I've said that in the past when we had these kinds of issues. Fine money is a double-edged sword. Strings are attached. So no fine money. If we want to spruce the place up a little bit until we figure out what we want to do with it, my only concern is how much is it going to cost. I don't want to spend a lot of money on something or much money on something. Sometimes maybe the best policy is to do nothing on this site, at least until we figure out what we do want to do. I want to have that discussion with this commission, and I don't want to put money into doing anything to it if we're going to rip it up, change it. So my first priority, to be clear, is no fine money, no grant money that encumbers it in any way, shape, or form. And, to get some parking spaces on it, that's what people do now. I don't think we need to, people can do that right now as it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Hartman.
So I have a couple issues. The issue number one is it's on the strategic plan to sit down and discuss what the future of the AOB site is. So we have not collectively done that. It's not my site, it's the citizens' site. They need to be the ones to decide what they want to see on this piece of property. Number two, we either had a consensus or a vote not to consider a fine grant this year. That was in a meeting that we did a month or so ago. So we've already discussed the fine grant and said no. It's on our strategic plan to sit down and discuss it. I certainly don't, which is kind of confusing to me, is why the same individual that wants to cut the budget is willing to spend money on something that may get ripped up in 3 or 4 years. My other concern with what has happened is kayak launch is where do the property lines extend into the water? Because the kayak launch is clearly outside of our property on this piece of property. So, I mean, there's a lot of discussions that need to be had about this piece of property that needs to have a lot of community involvement in it so that we can figure out what is the best for this piece of property. We certainly agreed that the less than $50,000 enhancements to kind of clean things up, put the shade up, a few picnic tables, I don't have a problem with that. But spending any more money on it until we have a comprehensive plan. And again, if you're going to have 1.8 acres for field play, volleyball, whatever, that needs to be a part of the park's comprehensive plan so that we know long-term, long-range what we want to do with this. My comment.
Okay, and I actually agree with my fellow commissioners, not so much that I don't agree or disagree with anything that's been proposed. I just think it needs to be not a rushed discussion. I think it needs to be a part of a broader discussion, parks in general, and then the long-term vision for the AOB side. I appreciated getting it cleaned up. I thank staff for their hard work in that. And I don't know that this would give us much more functionality than what we have today, to Commissioner McGurk's point. Most of that's being used today for parking. You pull up, and you said it, you have 18 cars that are parked there. This is a little more substantial investment, though, that I would hate to, this is kind of stuff everybody chides governments for doing, right? You invest in this, and then 2 years from now, we're doing something else with the property. That's what we should have done the first time. And so I just don't want to see us walk into that. So, I don't know if we need a motion. I'm not hearing any support for it, so I don't think we need a motion on this. I think it just,
We need a direction, so.
yeah, so.
Just one more item, Mayor, before you move on. The VFW, they have met with the special event committee. However, they met late. They wanted to have a camping on their site between the 6th and the 15th.
Okay.
So if we wait for the 10th of March, it's obviously after their
Yeah.
time. Staff have reviewed their application. They have no problem. They've done it in the past.
They've done
So
it
we're just
before?
looking for the
Many
commission.
years, or ever had any issues? Okay.
No issues at all, as far as I know.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
So that's a motion to approve the proposal submitted for the
VFW.
camping of the VFW. And a second on that motion. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Sorry.
Commissioner Sacks? Vice Mayor Colletti?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Nancy, for staying. All right, we have, next item up, City Clerk's report. I know I asked you to talk about the one thing. Let's not do that. We're out of time. Do you have anything pressing or urgent? Okay, City Attorney.
Yes, in March 2019, the special magistrate entered an order. There was a repeat violation on a property. It was outside storage. The property owner appealed. The case was heard by the court. There was oral argument for both sides on January 31st. The court's comments to us, kind of indicated there were some concerns with the underlying record. Our outside counsel from FMIT, Jessica Connor, has recommended that we execute a mutual release where we would waive this lien that was imposed back in March of 2019 and just basically do a mutual walkaway. It's in draft form. I had big draft letters written on it that somehow didn't publish, but the substance of it is we released the lien from March 2019 and a mutual walkaway. And so I'm looking for authorization for the manager to execute this settlement agreement when it's in final form that would basically do those two things.
Okay, to have a motion to authorize the city manager to execute this as recommended by staff.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion?
There,
Sure.
is there another lien on the property?
Previously.
Okay,
This is only the March 2019.
check.
Okay. Just for clarity, I mean, for the public, for those brave souls that are still sticking around at 1041, this commission has been not too lenient on these type things. I don't see this as a reversion on that trend, but if you dig into the facts of the matter, the reality is that this is probably for the best of both parties, and we're walking away with some lessons learned for future type events. So, sometimes you make progress by taking a step back. So.
And this is different from those other waiver requests you get where there was nothing
Right.
faulty with the underlying proceeding, so.
Yeah. Okay, so, I'm sorry, I had a motion, I think, right? I had a motion in a second.
Yes, you did.
If no other discussion, City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Vice Mayor Colletti?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right, if there's no other business for the board tonight, this meeting is adjourned.
One for the record.